พี่วัด Alrighty, everybody, here we are. We are here in time to get ready for the pre-final, the first pre-final of the day here at MCC ProAm Karting Championship. And we are here at the MCC Cincinnati KartPlex. And this is a new category. The first time that we have actually brought to you this category, it is going to be the N35 Rental Cup. So here we go. They're going to go side by side and get ready to go here. These are all brand new karts, and they are all up to spec. They're going to go ahead and go side by side and get ready for the tram lines. And it is green flag, and away we go. It is going to be 8 minutes plus a lap here, and we're already seeing some drivers really giving it a go around this racetrack. They're going to make their way down into turn one now. We're seeing some excellent stuff here in the opening stages. A few good skirmishes coming on through here, and they are fighting tooth and nail to make their way through this racetrack. Lots of good side-by-side action here as well as they go ahead and make their way into the sweeping corners here before they make the run down to Mini Barcelona. So it's a very technical sector too here as they now come down the hill, coming into Mini Barcelona. The number 17 of Rodrigo Alvarez is going to go ahead and lead this one. He is in that number 17, the green N35 kart. These rental Borelli karts are going to go ahead and give us a mighty fine show here today. As across the line they come, and it's already looking very strong out of the gates here, Brett.
Yeah, I was about to say everyone looks single file, but a little diciness there as they cross the line. But what a cool thing to do. You know, not everyone has the time, the money to have those professional karts, so why not give some drivers an opportunity in these rental karts to see what they can put together here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati as they are navigating their way through this infield section. Still looks like everyone's pretty much nose to tail, but they still have a long way to go in this race. Just interesting to see what some of the racecraft we may see, because it's not known to me how many of these drivers maybe have raced competitively before. We can see maybe a breakaway a little bit here of the top four.
Yeah, it's going to be a move of the inside. That's going to be a very good pass for the lead as they will make their way on through. That is a pass for the lead, and it looks like Morales is still going to be potentially losing some more spots here as they come across the line now. It's going to be the number 22 of Adler Klein, who's going to be racing a bit later on today. He jumps up to the top of the table. And actually, we do have Michael Maker dropping well down the order. He's down 3 spots. He dropped to 9th in that number 18 kart. So, and I mean, I agree with you 100%, Brett. This is such a fantastic opportunity for these drivers. Now, some of them are competing in other categories. Michael Maker is one of them. Adler Klein we've seen earlier as well. Max Klein we've seen earlier as well. But, you know, like you said, not everybody has the time or money to compete in some of the other classes and such. And having rental karts that are all the same, and they're all brand new, so these things handle like an absolute dream, I imagine. So, I mean, this is such an awesome category, and I'm glad we get to cover it for once, because it is, like, rental karts is such a different playing field as well. As somebody who works at a K1 speed, yeah, rental kart challenges, they can be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I was about to say, you know, and how many people can say that they've been in an official rental kart race that has been streamed live across the internet for anyone in the entire world to watch? As you can see, they are still battling it up front. I think we have a 5-car breakaway now. They're really going at it here for the lead. So I was talking about that racecraft before. Obviously, it looks like the front 5 definitely wanted to get this breakaway and trying to kind of mix it up here now. It'll be interesting to see if these rental karts are like the professional karts that we see, and if when these guys start mixing it up, if the second pack or some of the karts that fell off the lead draft, if they're able to get back up into this battle for the lead.
yeah, I mean, we could see some pretty neat stuff here from these cars in general. And I mean, these things are actually pretty neat, honestly. Just doing some very quick research on these things. They're good for indoor or outdoor tracks, so they're pretty versatile as well. They have lights in the front and the rear, which is pretty neat. So they got brake lights and an ERS system, an energy recovery system. So that's pretty neat. So, I mean, that's going to be, this thing's going to be a lot of fun to drive. I'll have to try one at some point. Maybe I'll make my way out here at some point. We'll see how this one goes. And hopefully, hey, who knows? Maybe you and I will make our way out here at some point, Brett.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't want to jinx it, but this has been a pretty clean race so far. I'm sure since they're rental carts, the actual owners of the carts, the complex appreciates the clean racing that we have seen so far. But again, I don't want to jinx it. It's going to go off the grass. But now it looks like things, even among our top 5, being spaced out a little bit there. You can see top 2 right there. This is where we keep seeing passes made for the lead. Is this section right here, lap after lap. You can see another pass right there. And then I think everyone else is able to catch up, so they accordion back together as they're going to come back across the start-finish line here.
Carter Thompson will take the lead of this one, but it'll be immediately traded back to Rodrigo Alvarez. And here's the thing about these rental carts too. When you do have like other races and such, normally there's tire changes in between. But with rental carts, tire changes aren't, like, you don't really have a lot of tire changes. So, I mean, most rental car locations don't have a lot of tire changes and such, which makes sense. Because, you know, I mean, if you have to change tires after every race, then with rental carts, it can be a bit hectic. So, it's going to be fun to watch these drivers go through. I'll have to see how these compare to my local rental cart place, the place I work. I'll have to try these at some point. That would be a lot of fun to give it a go. And oh, we're going to see it move now. Looks like Adler Klein is going to have a move attempt. And we're seeing some messages. Adler Klein has been hit with a 3-second penalty for avoidable contact. There's been a few other avoidable contacts, but they have been listed as a NFA, or a no further action. That would be on Michael Maker and Carlo Diaz, as it is going to be about 2 laps to go here. Once the timer runs out, they get 1 more lap to go ahead and sort it all out. And Carter Thompson, Carter Thompson now back into the lead in that green number 2 cart. And they're already going to go side by side with Rodrigo Alvarez. They're going to go ahead and scrap it out. I think Alvarez did retake the lead there, coming through the S's. And we're going to see now it is 2 green carts. And it's fun that they're in different car colors too. Because in my local K1, the carts, like aside from the juniors, they're all the same color. So having these carts in different colors is very fun. And cart 2 looking very strong here. Carter Thompson going to try to continue. But you do have Marcos Bittencourt trying to go ahead and find something as well. He's in one of the blue N35 carts. And as they make their way through, it should be about 1 lap to go when they cross the line.
Yeah, they're really starting to dice it up now here for the lead. And Carter Thompson continues to lead, but he's definitely got some hungry drivers behind him that I think maybe want to attempt to make a pass. No one's been able to break away here in the top 4, so pretty evenly matched in these rental carts as they're going down into this infield section. Looks like we may have a charge with the 23. Looks like taking the high side, possibly trying to get a run off the corner. We'll see if looks like they're side by side briefly. We'll see what happens here as they come out of this infield section, and like I call it, down the back straightaway before they go into another very the aggressive, or the multi-corner area before the start finish line. Here's that backside, like we call it, as they are all over the racetrack.
Yeah, I can even hear a little bit of contact there coming through, and this is the last lap, so this is the fight for all the positions, and this will set them up for the final later on tonight. So we'll see if they can go through. Who's going to be the first one to cross the line? We're seeing already a variety of different lines, and it is going to be Carter Thompson winning here the N35 Cup Pre-Final. And what a race it was. And then we do see Rodrigo Alvarez and Marcus Bittencourt going ahead and just wrapping up our top three, with Randy Badger Jr. going ahead and getting the fastest lap of the race. So very good stuff here from all these drivers. And there was actually a warning flag given to Carter Thompson for blocking. I think that was across the line as everybody was trying to jockey for a position to try to get the best out of that lap. And then it will be your official or your unofficial top 10. It'll be Carter Thompson ahead of Rodrigo Alvarez, Marcos Bittencourt, the Max Green, Adler Green, Michael Maker, Randy Badger Jr. And then it is going to be Dylan Reagan, Carlo Diaz, Victor Martinez, and Fritz Wilk will be your top 11 karts here, finishing out today in the N35 Pre-Final. Excellent job to all these drivers. I'm sure you guys had a lot of fun. Next up, 206 Master and Supermaster Pre-Final coming at you shortly. Alrighty, everybody, we are back here and we are racing this time 206 Master and Super Masters. And here we go. It's going to be a grand old time here as we do get ready to rock and roll here. And we're going to go to get ready and get lined up. We're going to get formed into the tram lines. And here we go. Slow motion. All jokes aside, we're going to get ready to go here. They slowed it down. And oh, wait, we have a cart off already. So they might just send these guys around again. Bit of a mechanical mishap there as we get ready to go. I'm not sure which driver that is. And yeah, they're gonna go do another formation lap. So that was
27.
I think that's actually Kyle Davis in the number. Okay, he's coming across the line now, so he might be able to rejoin this group. And yeah, they're going to reset the clock here. And that was actually the number 27 of Aaron Reed. Yeah, so Aaron Reed was the cart that got stuck. But luckily, it looks like he's been able to get back going here, Brett. So we will have a 21 cart field, more than likely.
Yeah, this is the race. I mean, it's just the pre-final, but this is the class I've been looking forward to. I mean, you just said it, 21 karts. They're all, we saw in qualifying, pretty equally matched. A lot of them should be a great race. I'm interested to see, you know, how hard they push it in the pre-final, but I think every race counts this weekend. Again, 2 rounds today, tomorrow, one will count. So I'm excited to see a great race.
Yeah, it should be a fantastic race when we get ready to go here officially. So they're going to form up again. Once again, like it was for the N35 Cups, it'll be 8 minutes plus a lap. So we got some good action here. It is going to be Chris Gorman going to go ahead and lead us to the green. The number 34 car will lead us to green. And Yeah, we're racing. Here we go. And no, I think, did we see in the background? No, I think we are racing. We are racing here. And actually, Chris Corbin had a very rough launch there. So he already got past him quite a bit by a few different drivers. And he's going to go ahead and just see what he can do here as they make our way through for our first lap. And we are racing. So, I mean, we're going to see just, they are pretty much, like you said earlier, Brett, nose to tail. It's almost like a NASCAR race coming through.
Yeah, we're still very early, so I think maybe they'll start dicing it up towards the end, but it's a long snake of these 21 karts as they come down the front straightaway to complete the first lap, and now we are side by side for the lead.
Side by side for the lead here, indeed. We're going to go around here and just witness as Matt Geist is in the lead of the race. Chris Gorman not too far behind, though, as the drivers will continue to just shake their way on through some good side-by-side action as we are just seeing everybody fighting it out for these positions here. And this is going to be such a hyper-competitive race, especially with it. And this is the pre-final, so this sets you up very nicely for the final. As now we make our way down to Mini Barcelona, and there's going to be Alan Elwood thinking about a move there. He's going to think about the move into number 5, but nothing yet, as we are all nose to tail coming through. And we're going to make our way across the line with just about 6 minutes to go here. Matt Geist still leads, but Chris Gorman actually drops down now to 4th. And now the 111 of Joey Newsel is going to be right on the bumper of Matt Geist as they are continuing to press their way through. And then you do have Alan Elwood in kart number 5 just right there chasing him on through. Matt Geist, the driver running that black and orange helmet there in the front in the 531. He's going to try to continue to keep the consistent pace, keep that momentum, and make sure that Joey Newsel has no opportunity to overtake.
Notice that any kart that breaks away into a one thing is this mini Barcelona area, those tight corners for the kart finish line kind of accordions everyone back together. It almost looks like everyone has their own kind of technique to get through that section. As you can see, we now see someone duck out and a pass for the lead. That's the 111 taking the lead now. Still far from over, still 4 minutes plus, or 5 minutes about plus the lap. But great racing early on here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati.
That was Joey Newsel taking the lead there in that very striking red and purple, or blue and purple card, excuse me. The 111 of Joey Newsel. He's going to continue to try to extend that lead, but Alan Elwood, I got a feeling that he might be trying something a bit later on. Evan McCorkadale just a bit further back in the number 19, that bright yellow card. The almost Renault liveried card. They're going to continue to fight, and we're going to see now as the drivers will continue to press on. It's going to be a good slipstream here. Can Joey Newsel hold on? Is there going to be a gap that opens up? There is not a gap that opens there. So it is going to be Joey Newsel still in the lead of the pre-final here. And Chris Gorman right there in the P4. He's going to try to maybe find something here. He's at the top of his class. So he is at the top of the 206 Supermasters category. So he'll be a class win for him, but I'm sure he'd love to get an overall podium here as well.
Yeah, it's interesting and cool to see, you know, 2 different classes, almost like an IMSA race, but in karting on the racetrack at the same time. You can see there's a lot of gaps beginning to build at the track. A lot of different moving of karts. You have to wonder with some of these guys today, warmer temperatures, how much the tires fall off. The tires get warm so quickly in this weather, and if the handling goes away. As you can see, we had a long snake of karts, you know, the first couple laps, but now you can see pretty much among other than the top 5 there, everyone is pretty much spread out at least halfway around this racetrack.
Yeah, I mean, you do have this gaggle of 5 karts now making their way into what I like to call Sector 2, just coming through just these really tight and narrow, kind of, they're not quite like S-bends, but they're almost like a twin set of hairpins as they make their run through. And that's another kart out. That is actually, I think that was Matt Geist. I think that's either Matt Geist or Chris Gorman out of this one. So that is unfortunate to see there. And yeah, I think indeed that was Chris Gorman who might be out of this one. Nope, never mind. There he is. Chris Gorman's right there. So we'll see. That's Matt Geist out. So Matt Geist in the 531, he is out of this one. And just with 2 minutes to go, that is very unfortunate for the 531.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see early on. I mean, if you have issues, I guess maybe you want it to happen early on in the day. Again, still racing today, racing tomorrow, but a big hole to dig out of if they're able to fix whatever challenges they have before the final this afternoon. But we continue to race on. You can see our top 2, nose and tail. I think we're going to see a pretty good racing finish here. I think once we see the flag and give out that white flag, we'll give the box that goes down to 0. If they see that white flag, I think it's rubber off. Anyone among the top 4, I think, has the chance to come home with a win here.
He's got an opportunity, that's for sure. And you got a minute plus a lap, so about 2 laps to go here in this one. And then we go to the 206 juniors up next. But it's going to be a good battle. These guys, they race hard, but they race clean as well. So you don't really see a lot of contact or dirty driving in these races, which is always absolutely fantastic to see. And just pure heartbreak there for Matt Geist. I think we also lost Aaron Reed, who we saw had issues earlier on before we got onto while we were going through our formation lap. So that's 2 karts out there. We're down to 19 karts as they're making their way through. Joey Newsel still under pressure. That might be a move. That might be a move. It looked like Alan Elwood was thinking about a move there. He still might. Actually, we will get another 2 laps here in this one. So they crossed the timer just in time. And it'll be this lap plus another to wrap up the pre-final here. 2 to go. And this battle is still nose to tail. Chris Gorman now still chasing Alan Elwood, chasing Joey Newsel. And Joey Newsel is doing his best to hold on to this one. And honestly, I think he's succeeding quite nicely here. As we're coming through the last corner, coming now down towards Barcelona. We'll see what they can do here. They're gonna just go for it. We'll see who gets the best on the exit. I think it's still Newsel. Oh no. Okay, that is actually the 151 of Larry Pike coming through. So that would be lap traffic if they come to that point. It is a white flag, and here we go. It's a look for a move from Alan Elwood, but he tucks back in, so no room available as we get in the final lap.
Yeah, I was wondering if Alan Elwood in the 5 was just buying his time, kind of riding around until he saw that white flag, and he made a move on that front stretch. I'd say watch coming down the back straightaway, as I call it, before they get to the bends of Little Barcelona, before they get start-finish line. That's where a lot of passes can be made, so I don't really see. There we go, down the backtrack. Battle here now for the lead as they are just about to come to the start-finish line after this kind of corner.
Yeah, good fights coming through, and look at this. It is going to be Evan McCorkindale jumping up into 3rd. A little bit of touch of grass there, but it's going to be coming around the last corner now. And it's going to be Alan Elwood taking victory here in the 206 Masters and Super Masters final. What a maneuver it was. Well, you said it perfectly there, Brad. He lined it up. He waited for his good opportunity. Patience is a virtue. And that virtue just earned Alan Elwood the win here. And you'll have Chris Gorman who wins in his class. He'll win in the 206 Supermasters class and get a P4 on the final corner of Mini Barcelona. And here are your results. It is going to be Alan Elwood, have Joey Newsall, Evan McCorkadale, Chris Gorman, Christopher Ianella, Greg Leahy, and that is going to be Dan Monsian, Rene Mulder, Ryan Bradshaw, and Carson Noble in your top 10 here today. So next up will be the 206 Junior Pre-Final coming at you here shortly.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, KartPlex has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
All right, everybody, here we go. We are back here this time for 206 Juniors. Now, 206 Juniors is one of my personal favorite classes because we're getting a very good look at the stars of tomorrow. Some of the stars of tomorrow here. So this is ages 11 to 15. And with car and driver included, should be about 320 pounds. Or 320, I think it says milligrams here, but regardless, ages 11 to 15, and we are racing here. It is a small field, but it's a mighty field here. William Richard ahead of Carson Bathan, and then it is going to be Jensen Wolf, Horner He-Man, and Hayden Rogerio as we go ahead and go through now. So good battles here, all ready to kick things off. We're already seeing them nose to tail, snaking their way through the twin sweepers, as now we go ahead and make the run to the backstretch, coming now down the hill, coming into Mini Barcelona. And here we go, nose to tail. We're seeing some good battles here in this one. And it's early stages, but we saw how that last final went, how that last pre-final went here, Brett. It was pretty smooth sailing, but oh, we have a battle for a podium spot right towards the back there. Wolf and He-Man battling it out for position. No changes here in the order. And actually, He-Man did jump up into 3rd position ahead of Jensen Wolf as we begin lap number 2. About 7 minutes and 1 lap to go.
Yeah, it looked like the 43 got off in the dirt slightly off that final corner, but was still able to slot into that final podium position in 3rd. But it looks like these top 4 karts pretty even so far. Again, I'm interested to see a little bit slower speeds, obviously, but if the tires warm up, what's going to happen later on in the race, we will see. Our top 2 nose to tail. Again, same thing, maybe that you can see there's the battle for 3rd once again. Well, it looks like Jensen Wolf makes spot in now to 3rd. But as I mentioned before, they actually all kind of accordion back together in this as well when they go through those final sets of corners. But I want to see if the 612, if just buying the time there, riding around, and we'll see what happens when the white flag comes out. But as I mentioned, Jensen Wolf in the 22 able to slot back into that 3rd place position as they continue to race on here, kind of just waiting for the clock to tick down, maybe see that white flag, and then we'll start seeing maybe this battle for the lead heat up as they're starting to gap themselves just slightly. Looks like maybe a little bit off track there, no harm, no foul. Looks like we have a little bit of a battle for the lead going down the backstretch. No, they're going to stay nose to tail here as they go down the backstretch here in that trap.
He-Man though, trying to go to make a move for the podium. He is in that bright green helmet. You can see as they just snake their way on through. He doesn't quite get the position off of Jensen Wolf, but it is very good battling from these guys, and you can already see He-Man going deep. He's gonna make the move coming down the start line into turn 1. He went from coast to coast. He started from the right side of the track, cut his way over to the left, and got the inside line, which gave him the move and the podium spot for now. But we know that these drivers are going to be fast and furious. They're already trying, and it's already a position switch back there. And now Jensen Wolf is back up in the 3rd in the 22 kart. So very good battling between these two. And we still do have the battle for the lead that has actually broken up a little bit. William Richard has been able to break a little bit of a gap here. And He-Man will want to try to retake that podium spot ahead of Jensen Wolf. But so far it is just not happening. But we still have about 4 minutes plus a lap to go. So still a lot of racing left to go here. But William Richard did just set the fastest lap of the race. And that actually makes me wonder if Casson Batha did actually make a mistake. Because currently he has actually dropped quite a bit, and now he was right up behind Richard, but now he's pretty much well within this fight. And I mean, even now at this point, Jensen Wolf or He-Man might be able to jump up in the 2nd.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Bathan in the 612, if the handling went away on that kart, because he was right up there for that lead. You can see the gap that has been built with William Richard. Now we have the best battle on the racetrack here is for 2nd position. As you can see, there is that change. Jensen Wolf up to the 2nd position. So maybe the handling going away, as I mentioned, in that green kart that you see on your screen, may even lose another position and go outside the podium here down the front straightaway.
Gonna be a move there. And Wolf is up in the 2nd. He-Man trying to get up into 3rd. So Casson Bathan there's definitely something, and there's been a warning applied to Jensen Wolf. A warning applied for 2-tire tramline violation. William Richard also received the same penalty, or same warning, excuse me. So I will say, no penalties officially yet. So there's no penalties. A few warnings coming out though, but no official time penalties at this stage of the race. We'll keep you guys updated if that changes at any point. But right now, especially with the battling happening here for second. William Richard will go ahead and begin to pull away here as he has a over 2 second gap now to the rest of the field. And He-Man will once again to try to chase down second place as Kason Bathen is really just not. He had a really strong first half of the race, but the second half of the race really has fallen away from him here, Brett.
Yeah, William Richard, I think, must have an amazing setup under that kart for these warm, sunny conditions with that over 2 second, almost 3 second lead now on the rest of this field. You can see as they, on our kart chaser cameras there, going down the back straightaway, just the gap there is. In the 43, second and third, and then Bathen in the 612 just doesn't look like has the same speed that they had earlier in that kart. But again, this is the pre-final, so plenty of time to go back into the pits after this and make some adjustments if they need to for the final later on this afternoon, as we have a battle now for second position.
As we do, and look at this, Honey He-Man trying to find it out with Jensen Wolf. They fought earlier for third, and now they're fighting for second place. Honey He-Man up into second position. He's got that lime green helmet, and he is up into second position. Also, Kason Bathen, 3 second time penalty for pushing at the start. So that will drop him. Actually, that won't really drop him at this stage, but if he gets ahead of one of these carts, it will drop him quite a bit. So he will lose 5 seconds on this race. And very unfortunate stuff there, but it is racing. You live and learn. These drivers are only between the ages of 11 to 15, so they are very young. They have a lot to learn, and they'll get better over the years as they improve. Even the adults make mistakes a few times, as it'll be final lap next time around. So it'll be 2 laps to go here, and the junior pre-final. Senior pre-final will be up next, but before we get there, Horny He-Man will try to hold on to that P2. It'll be a very strong result there for the 43. And I mean, there's a few He-Mans running around in this competition as well. Griff He-Man competed a bit earlier on, and we'll see him again later on as we progress through the pre-finals. So right now, battle is going on, and it'll be white flag this time by for the 587 of William Richard. It'll be a final lap here, but the battle for second place is still red hot here as Jensen Wolf will get a good slipstream. It'll be white flag, so it is going to be make or break in this pre-final.
Yeah, William Richard in a zip code of his own, really, just kind of out there. He could really just let off and kind of just ease around these corners, not make any mistakes because he has such a large lead, as you can see on the timing and scoring on the Kart Chaser broadcast, over 4 seconds that time by. But as you mentioned, Patrick, the battle is for the second position. Jensen Wolf is in third. Homer Heeman is in second. We'll see if that stays that way again. I really feel like the best passing opportunity is what you're seeing on your screen right now. Those finals, bets of right and left corner, kind of an S shape before they come back to start finish line. But it looks to me like they stayed nose to tail. We'll see what happens as they come across the start finish line.
That's going to be William Richard taking the win. It's going to be Drag Race to line. Who's going to go ahead and get it? Horny He-Man gets it just barely. He will barely get it by 32 milliseconds. What a close gap that was there for second place. 32 milliseconds. The gap between Horny He-Man and Jensen Wolf. With William Richard putting in a statement drive. It'll be 4.8 seconds to the good of that fantastic battle for second place. William Richard now ahead of Horny He-Man. Jensen Wolf, Kason Bathen, who did get a 5-second time penalty for a push start. And then it is going to be Hayden Ruggiero rounding out your field. So when we come back, It is ready racing for the 206 seniors coming at you shortly. Alrighty, everybody, we're going to go ahead and get ready to go with one of the most stacked classes here of the day, and one of the most competitive classes coming up here. It is going to be the 206 Senior Pre-Final coming at you here very, very soon. They're going to form the tram lines. And here we go. The tram lines are formed, and it is green light, and away we go. It is going to be Henry Wheeler now, who led the fields of green. First one over the line in the opening lap. We're seeing a lot of drivers already get very, very close to each other. Braden Heber, and I did make an error earlier. I did say in a earlier qualifying session that in that session he was running a Lando Norris kart. He is actually running a Pirelli kart, so there's a bit of a correction there. So we'll see what he can do in that number 8 machine, as it looks like he has made his way up into second in the opening lap here as they come through Mini Barcelona now. They're going to make their way through this fantastic sector, and Braden Heber right there. You can see he's got the lime, like the highlighter yellow helmet there, as he will push his way to the line, and he will be in second place just behind one Mr. Wheeler. And oh, actually, we do have Addison Ianello, who's dropped quite a few spots here. So, oh, what is this? It is a penalty. Henry Wheeler, 3-second time penalty for a jump start. Oh, that is unfortunate. It happens to the best of us. It's happened to me quite a few times myself, so it does happen. I mean, even in the big leagues, even like in Formula 1 and such, they do make jump starts. It actually happened in the Monaco Grand Prix. So it does happen. But here we go. It is going to be Braden Heber trying to make his way through. But oh, look at this. He actually gets passed up by Will Wilkie in that number 84 kart. So that is going to be a pass for position. And it'll be a podium spot fought for once again. They make their way to the line. And the position will change. Wilk ahead of Heber. And they will continue to battle out as Adler Klein has had a bit of a moment. He's dropped down to the back of the field. He has dropped down 3 positions, and I don't know if he had a kart issue, but look at this. Look at that move from James Overbeck. He gets it over Braden Heber, and that will be P3 for the 48.
So you mentioned that penalty for, oh, looks like we have a driver off. As they continue to race here, nose to tail, that is, I can't get a number on that. Our camera.
That might be blind, actually.
Yeah. So they continue to race here. What I was going to say is, keep in mind that the leaders, I don't think, are aware that Henry Wheeler has a 3-second penalty, so they're still racing as if Henry Wheeler, unless he falls 3 seconds ahead, if he will be the leader. So they're frantically racing here down the front straightaway. You called it, Patrick. This is one of the events that we've been looking forward to all day, but they're still battling up there. James Overbeck up to third in that 48 cart. And we've also seen early on today, race officials not afraid to call the penalties as they see it. I think we've seen a penalty even in the qualifying sessions, almost in every division here today. So drivers be warned, they are definitely watching and not afraid to use it. It looks like James Overbeck now going to take the second position. He may get this lead here pretty shortly as well.
Yeah, and that is going to be a pass on to Henry Wheeler for third, as it is going to be Will Wilkie going ahead and jumping up to the top of the table, and he will take the lead of the race here. And there is actually, excuse me, that's actually, it's still Wheeler in the front, but Overbeck still trying to fight it out as Zacusilo, excuse me, having a bit of a moment. Henry Wheeler under investigation again. This time it is for avoidable contact. And actually, I will throw out something else too that I did not know this, but James Overbeck just set a lap record in class on lap 2 of this race. So a 56.673 is the lap record. So it's a new record set by the 48, so even that in itself is a mighty fine achievement. So nicely done. I haven't even gotten close to the track record here on my track. I'm still like a second off of the track record at my K1. It just shows you how fast these guys are. Zacusilo is going to drop back behind Wilkie now in the battle for the podium. We still have 3 minutes plus a lap. Just a reminder, it is 8 minutes plus a lap in every pre-final, and then the finals is 10 minutes plus 2 laps when we get to the finals. So lots of racing action here tonight, with 206 cadets being the next one. We're already seeing still some scrappy battles here. Brady Hebert down into 5th, with Addison Ianello gonna try to fight to maybe break into the top 5 here. But James Overbeck, though, has a pretty good speed here in this pre-final. And we'll have to see if he can make up any more positions, because right now, I mean, he's basically in the net lead of the race because of the penalty from Henry Wheeler.
Yeah, James Overbeck also has plenty of laps around this racetrack. I know that the Overbeck family lives in this area, so this is technically, I believe, their home racetrack. So not a shock to see the James Overbeck number 48 in that second position. But again, I'm not sure he knows, unless there's a board that showed him that Henry Wheeler has that penalty. So as far as he knows, he needs to make that pass in his mind. But like you mentioned, he's technically in the provisional, I guess you would say, second position right now as they continue to race. Now, looks like things are coming down to a degree. They're still pretty tightly packed in these first front 5, but again, I'm wondering if the heat and sun today help really heat up these tires for a lot of these drivers and makes it even more difficult to pass as another lap ticks down here. We still got a minute 15 left as they come down the front straightaway all in a single file line. Looks like Will Wilkie in the 3rd place, number 84, maybe making a charge as well, possibly to take home this win.
He's going to give it a go, and there it is. He's going to go to the lead of the race here. He takes the lead, and he will make it through the twin sweepers, and now he's going to make his way to the backstretch here at Barcelona, where Henry Wheeler can make a charge back. Will Wilkie actually just set a track record as well, so we're seeing a lot of record-breaking laps here at this stage of the race. And look at this, Henry Wheeler up the inside. He will retake the on-track lead ahead of James Overbeck, but look at Will Wilkie right there in the back. He is going to try something. He's going to try anything to potentially make a move. Look at Overbeck now trying to get the move done. He will go deep. He will send it And it looks like we're about to go 3 wide. 3 wide is sketchy work around this track. But Overbeck will get the move done. Actually, no, he drops down to 3rd. But Will Wilkie has taken advantage, and now he's put himself in a position to go for the lead ahead of Henry Wheeler. This is some excellent racing here in this class. And this is why we love 206 seniors. It is good, hard racing all the way through. And actually, I think Zach Rosilo is now in the mix as well. I think he's actually fought his way through. And they're coming through Mini Barcelona now. It'll be white flag next time by.
Overbeck, I think, got the short end of that deal when they went 3 wide, dropping back to 4th position on the racetrack. But all that from for the lead position as they're coming down to the white flag this time by brought these top 5 back into this race as Will Wilkie up to 2nd, Henry Wheeler in 1st, but they still have this whole lap to go, plenty of passing opportunities on this racetrack. James Overbeck had a little bit of a gap. He's going to have a little bit of a hole to jump out of if he wants to make something happen here on this final lap. He's got to hope that these top 3 start racing.
Yeah, that's pretty much what he's got to hope for at this stage of the race. He's got to just hope that everything, I mean, he's got to hope that these guys are going to battle and that one of these guys is going to make a mistake. Because right now we're going to see, and that's going to be a move from James Overbeck on to Zach Rosilo as they make their way to the line. And it is going to be a race win. Oh, they get dicey off the line. And it is going to be the 84 of Will Wilkie who will win this race after penalties are applied. James Overbeck and then Braden Heber will round out your top 4. And then Zach Rosilo, Ianello, Shai Abel, and then Gorman gets out of Spect, and then it is going to be Hart and Klein rounding out the last positions on the grid. So once again, your results here on going to be Henry Wheeler ahead of Will Wilkie. Those positions will change due to penalties, but then you have James Overbeck, Braden Heber, Alex Zacusiko, Addison Ianello, Jason Schiabel, and then this is going to be Tanner Gorman, William Speck, and then we have Troy Hart and Adler Klein, who did not be able, or who were unable to finish the race. Will Wilkie on lap 7, setting a new track record. When we come back, it'll be 206 cadets for their pre-final. We'll be back.
You ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win #1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsakrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsakrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarskakRacing.com.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
All right, everybody, here we go. 206 cadets, some of the stars of the future lining up here. I know we've used that a handful of times, but this group is going to be extremely fun to watch as we're about to get ready to go green flag racing. And it's green light, and away we go. We're already seeing some chops here. 4 potential moves for the race lead. And I think it is going to be the 444 getting into lead. Harrison Bell already making a move for the lead in the early stages of this pre-final. So very good stuff. Actually, he's dropped back down in the second. Sam Holmes up in the front in a 141. They're going to fight for a position now, trying to find everything here. The 141 in the lead of the 206 Cadet Pre-Final. And we know Sam Hornish is a mighty fine driver. And I mean, he's only going to get better as he improves. Already a penalty, though. This is going to be for Roderick Neal. Start manipulation. 3-second time penalty for the number 22. And wow, I wasn't expecting to see a penalty at this stage of the race, but, well, here we are. It happens. I mean, this is a young group of racers, right? I mean, they're a young group. The ages are, for this one, for our good old cadets, I mean, it's ages 7 to 12. So, they'll learn. I mean, it happens. Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, we mentioned the race officials not afraid to pull out those penalties here today. And cadets, as you mentioned, they're younger in age, so they're still learning. That's obviously a learning lesson, something they'll take back as we have a battle now heating up for the lead as they go down into these sweeping corners here towards the finish line. Now, I am a little bit surprised because it looks like they've been spread out really early on here, but it looks like this could be a battle among the top 3 as they cross the line this time. You may see maybe the second place position of Harrison Bell. I believe he's still in second. Maybe duck out. Maybe, nope, he's going to continue to nose to tail with Sam Hornish. Maybe see if they can build a gap on the third place driver and then maybe battle it out here towards the end of this event.
Yeah, Sam Hornish and Harrison Bell are 2 really quick drivers here. I mean, they've been quick pretty much all the way around, and I mean, these drivers, right? They have been just excellent all season long. Harrison Bell is your championship leader in this class, actually. He currently has 1,315 points, but look at this, it's moving around the outside potentially there. So we're seeing some battles, seeing some move attempts here, as they will give it their all here to try to find something, somewhere, some way to get a move. And they will continue to scrap it out here, as now they're about to make their way down that main stretch, coming to that mini Barcelona sector now. And a warning for Roderick Neal for a 2-wheel tramline violation. And once again, jumping back to the battle for the lead here. Harrison Bell, fastest lap of the race so far, only 1,000th quicker than Sam Horner's best lap. So these drivers are absolutely rapid here as they make their way now into mini Barcelona. They are going to give it their all here. There's still about 4.5 minutes left to go in the session.
Yeah, it looks like this is going to be a battle between Hornish and Bell for the win. They are really just nose to tail. It looks like they're having a lot of fun out there, probably learning as much as they can. Maybe take some of what they learned here now and take it to the final later on this afternoon. But you can see they are working together to try and gap themselves on that third place position. But I think they will not be following each other nose to tail for the remainder of the event. I think the 444 Harrison Bell definitely will want to make a move once especially he sees that white flag like we've seen in some of the other early on action here, pre-finals from the other divisions. But these two drivers, Ornish and Bell, putting on a great show here early on this afternoon.
Yeah, they are both currently first and third in the championship, and the driver kind of in the middle of them is not competing here today. So that would be Drew Schneider not competing here this time around. Sam Ornish will go ahead and continue to try to hold on to the lead, but Harrison Bell's got a good run now coming to the start line. Is there going to be a move made here from the 444? Lap record now set by Sam Ornish. A 57.959 new record for the number 141. We are seeing a lot of records being broken here today. And I mean, it is just excellent. You're breaking records between this age group that, I mean, you are going to be absolutely terrifying when you get into the older classes. I mean, we might be looking at some future F1, IndyCar, WEC, IMSA, you name it. We might be looking at some top-level drivers here at the early stages of their careers.
Yeah, you mentioned that these are technically starting them tomorrow. Last night, Arco Racing Series, Thomas Nunziato was racing. He just posted this week about he was racing. I mean, he's still with Nitro, but started out with karts with them, and now he's in the feeder series for NASCAR. So these drivers very well, we could see them on the big racetracks one day. This is where they get all that experience. We even heard on some of the broadcasts, Steve Letarte say any type of experience behind the wheel is good experience, especially for young drivers. So great to see these drivers out here. We'll see where we see them 10 years from now. But they're still putting on a show here early on, learning as much as they can. They still got a minute 40, so I think we'll come around. My math is not my specialty, but I think we'll come around maybe 2 laps to go when they get the collect, when they go across the line and come by the finish. Still great battle up front.
A very great battle up front. And I know it's not the hottest day currently, but if you guys want to cool off, the Snow Shack, which I believe is a snow cone truck, has actually just arrived at the venue. It's a very long time since I've had a snow cone, so if you want to go grab a snow cone, feel free to do so. It is by the other food trucks on venue, so after this race, go ahead and treat yourself to a nice snow cone. I am sure they're absolutely delicious, and I'm jealous because I can use one here in the booth. As Harrison Bell is still going to try to make his way through. I mean, last lap, they were only 78 milliseconds apart. 76 milliseconds apart, excuse me. As now they're making a run down to Mini Barcelona. And these guys have a 4.3 second gap to anybody else, which is just absolutely impressive to see. As Harrison Bell is still gonna try to slug it out. It'll be 2 laps to go. It'll be a white flag next time by. They're coming to the line now. Is this gonna be a move? Is this gonna be Harrison Bell for a move up the inside? Yes, it is. Harrison Bell up into the lead of the 206 Cadet Pre-Final. And what a pass it was. He's got it. But can he keep it?
Looks like he's pulled a little bit of maybe 2 to 3 kart gap. We'll see if it accordions back together as they get down the backstretch into those final corners before the start-finish line. But timed that almost perfectly when they came down to get that 2 to go. But I think it's far from over. I think Sam Ornish has a possibility to draft back up there. Still has the fastest lap of the race. Obviously a fast part under the 141. As they're coming around these final corners, they're going to come across the line this time before that white flag. And it looks like Harrison Bell starting to maybe gap a little bit. You can see him look behind to see how much that gap is. We are on our white flag lap.
He also got it within a hundredth of the lap record that was set by Sam Hornish earlier on. So we're seeing some exceptional racing here in 206 Cadet. And this is just a pre-final. We still have a final later on today. So we're seeing just even a preview of what we can expect in the finals later on tonight. The finals are expected to start a little bit later. We still got a good amount of pre-finals left to go here in this one. But now, as we make our way to the line, they only got a handful of corners left to go, and it is going to be a fight to the front, and it is going to be the triple four of Harrison Bell. He takes the win here in the 206 Cadet Pre-Final. Sam Hornish right behind, and then it is going to be the 33 of Wyatt Huntsbarger going to be in third position. Then Carter Beard and Finn Brown, Caden Tracy, Weston Davis, and Roderick Neal are going to be your drivers to cross the line up next. So that is going to be the 206 Cadet Pre-Final done. So once again, another look at your results here. Harrison Bell, Sam Hornish, Wyatt Huntsbarger, and then it is going to be Carter Beard, Finn Brown, Caden Tracy, Weston Davis, and Roderick Neal rounding out your 8 drivers on the day. Next up, it is going to be the Pro and Junior Shifter Pre-Final coming at you shortly. Alrighty, everybody, here we go. It is time now for 206. We have shifters coming up next. It'll be the Pro and Junior Shifter Finals. And we are racing, not quite. I lie. Not quite. So I think
Yeah, that was a
we're going to see these drivers go to farm up and give it another again. And yep, it is a grid start, like you said. That's what I was thinking. I was just making sure, because sometimes there are changes made on the fly, but it will be a grid start for these shifters. The only category here that does get a grid start, so this should be a very interesting one. Reaction time and making sure that you're in the right gear, that is going to be the big thing here in this one here, Brett.
Yeah, I definitely felt like that was a very disorganized start, so kind of threw me off, but glad they're having them go around one more time, hopefully, and they'll form up, and we'll hopefully get the green flag this time by 6 karts, making up our field for this pre-final. Now, the famous line, you only actually need 2 karts for a race, so we still have a race here with these half a dozen karts, as it looks like I thought one was pulling off possibly, but looks like they're gonna get the start here this time.
And away we go. And here we go. Away we go. And it is going to be a good hard fight here for position. And this one's going to be a spectacular run here. Doug Duff in the lead of this one. And he's going to just continue to hold on here as we just fight. There's already a few position changes happening here. Doug Duff in the senior and Robert Lashley the junior categories respectively. The number 100 and the number 32 being the lead cars in each class. So here we go. The timer's ticking. It is still 7 or 8 minutes plus a lap as per usual here. As we go to make our way through, and the shifters are going to just give it their all here. Fastest lap given, and then Horner He-Man jumping up into second position. And it's already looking pretty spicy here for a good amount of these battles.
Yeah, I was going to say, that was a pretty staggered start there. You mentioned it was the standing start, but Doug Duff got out to a huge advantage right off the start and still looked back still early on, but interesting to see. I think some drivers obviously get a little bit more experience. But it looks like it may be closing back up a little. Some of these drivers here, we have 2 different coaches who are doing this on the track at the same time, but pretty well spread out among each part of the track map. Pretty big gaps between everyone, but this track is so demanding. And be interesting to see. Make sure you don't get a wheel off. That's the last thing you want to do with the lead you have if you're Doug Duff or some of these other drivers that have pretty good gaps in between them. Definitely want to keep all 4 wheels on the racetrack.
Yeah, I mean, if you lose a wheel here, you're going to be in a really bad spot. Puns aside, the battle is still going to continue on. And we're going to see some good, hard racing here. As the battle still continues, Doug Duff still got about a 1.5 second gap, so he will continue to press on and try to grab a win here in class. His main rival, though, down at the bottom of the order, so that would be Jeff Carroll at the bottom of the order now. So pretty much, I mean, come to think of it, and a lap record was just set, by the way, by Horner He-Man, and that is going to be a 48.897 or 49.897, excuse me. So that is going to be a new record for the junior shifter category. So nicely done there. As I was going to say that the shifter juniors were kind of in a sandwich scoreline wise, because we had our shifter leader in front, and then the bottom was also a shifter senior, but the shifter senior of Jeff Carroll did go ahead and make a pass on the number 09 of Drake Williamson. And they're starting to spread out quite a bit now, but they are finding that pace, and Horner He-Man just set another lap record improvement.
Yeah, you have to wonder with them so spread out in this pre-final, you know, how much information are they gathering to try and take into the final later on today, as well as the races we have tomorrow. So I mentioned weather a little bit earlier on in the broadcast. So weather tomorrow, very similar to what we're seeing just on the afternoon. So if you're good today, maybe don't touch that cart. If you're one of those drivers outside the podium, maybe take some notes here during this race for what the time go back to the pit area for the final and see what you can do. But you can see the lead here for Doug Duff as well as Homer Heeman in the 43. They're really spread out all over this racetrack. Our 6th place, last place car just crossed the line now. So you can see just at home, if you're watching on Kart Chaser, you can imagine how spread out they are currently here on the racetrack.
Yeah, and even, I mean, that's kind of the thing that you can expect when you do have both kind of merge into one. There's a few cases where one class D is going to be faster than the other, so we will see those gaps pretty much further than Horny He-Man as about just about 2.5 seconds to his nearest rival. So that is going to be, I mean, that in and of itself is a pretty solid indicator of just how quick he is. And then you also got Doug Duff is about 12 seconds ahead of his main rival, as Robert Lash has dropped down the order quite a bit, and he is now down into 4th. So he's must have had a moment somewhere, as Kai Park will go ahead and get ahead. So there we go. It's your top 3: Doug Duff, Horny He-Man, and Kai Park leading this one. And we'll see now, as Doug Duff does have the fastest lap of the session, and Horny He-Man has the fastest lap of the juniors in the session. Fastest lap by about half a second, which is pretty quick for Horny He-Man, and Doug Duff with the fastest lap by over a second that last lap. So only 2 drivers have been able to get into the sub-50s here in this category, and it is your current top 2 overall, Doug Duff and Horny He-Man, with about 2 minutes to go and an additional lap. So give or take about 3 to 4 laps, give or take.
Kind of in a league of their own. You can see them both on your screen right now. Kind of waiting for the time to come down, get that white flag, and then bring it in and get ready for the finals later on this afternoon. But you can see with our wide angle there, just the gap that these 2 drivers have on the rest of the field. So they're putting down some great lap times. The 3rd place, it's 8 seconds off the lead, so the battle really is for 3rd and 4th. They're kind of nose to tail there. Just a couple. There they are right there on your screen. So that's the best battle on the racetrack right now. 3rd and 4th, so that would be for podium position here in the pre-final. We'll see if any passes are being able to be made between Robert Lash in the 32 and the 28 of Kai Park in 3rd position. So that is our...
Yeah, we're seeing some battles here for the podium spots here. So this one could come down to the wire. It should be about 2 laps to go now at this stage. So 2 laps to go, and it's going to be some of the most intense 2 laps that we're going to see here. But look at this, nose to tail. Kai Park trying to park it ahead of Robert Lash. And we'll see what he can do. He's got the slipstream, he's got the speed, he's got the move, he's got the inside, and he's got the position. Kai Park up in the 3rd position. And that is a very nice move there from the number 28. He was patient, he waited, and then when his opportunity struck, he made the move. But look at this, Robert Lash already trying to get back on the inside. He will get the move back. And are we going to see a switch back here through Mini Barcelona? That is going to be the question at hand, as it is the white flag this time by with Doug Duff as your leader.
Yeah, you'd think we were watching for the battle for 3rd and 4th. You thought shocked to be watching. That was the battle for the win, but obviously every position matters here in the pre-final as you take a look at Doug Duff continuing to motor around this Cincinnati Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati around the final corners and will easily, unless something catastrophic were to happen, will easily take the win here from the shifter pre-final, come around the final corner, and will get that checker bag. I'll be interested to see what shakes out for that third and fourth position as well.
Yep, so now coming across the line, and this is going to be the battle for the final steps of the podium, and it is going to be Rubber Lash taking up the last step of the podium, followed by Kai Park, Jeff Carroll, and it is going to be, actually they're going to drag race it to the line. Jeff Carroll just ahead of Drake Wilson here, rounding out your 6 competitors here. So Doug Duff, Homer He-Man, Rubber Lash, Kai Park, Jeff Carroll, and Drake Williamson rounding out your field here in this race. So next up on the schedule, it is going to be the fantastic Master and Supermaster category coming up. But then after that, we only have action left to go. Afterwards, it's mini micros, juniors, and pro-ams to round out the pre-finals. We'll be back at you shortly. All right, everybody, here we go. The KA Masters and Super Masters pre-final is about to get underway, and here we go. They're gonna go slow motion to the line, and it's green light, and away we go. Already seeing some battles here. Remember, this is a class that's been predominantly dominated by the Kutcher brothers. We'll see if the domination continues here in this one. Chris and Andy have been really strong here. Damien Jennings leading in the KA Supermasters. So, once again, this is a very awesome age group. This is a very unique age group. This age group for Supermasters is 50 and up, and Masters is 30 and up. So, I mean, these guys are extremely talented. I don't know if I'll be still karting when I hit my 50s. Hopefully I am, but that just shows, it's just a testament to how awesome karting is as a sport, because you can still do that pretty much almost any age. It's kind of like golf, a lot faster paced.
Yeah, you mentioned the Kuchar brothers. They are working together to, looks like, gap the rest of the field. Damien Jennings in third. But I always wonder, when you're racing with your family and it comes down to the white flag, do you ruin Thanksgiving and try and make it past possibly you would never want to wreck your family member. We'll see what happens between these two brothers. That they obviously want to race clean, especially when it's a family member. But right now, it looks like they are working together to try and build up a gap early on here in the
I mean, sibling rivalry exists for a reason, right? I mean, you can smooth it over. I mean, hey, at this stage, I mean, Thanksgiving's next week. I mean, so you have a week to think about it. I'm kidding, it's not actually that week. But, I mean, with how fast time has been flying, like, how are we already almost in September? How have we already hit September? That is crazy how fast time flies. As the old saying goes, time flies when you're having fun. And we are having fun here at MCC, the Pro-Am Karting Championship here. And we're seeing, and I mean, the Kutcher brothers are having a grand old time of things as they have just started to run away from this field. Damian Jennings actually going side by side with Ethan Bocano, as Bocano will try to close in the gap, try to find a move. Nothing too much just yet. And they're going to go for it, coming across the line now. And just still nose to tail, as Bocano does get past. Greg Leahy also in the mix, and Gerard Gracie actually now dropping down into 7th. So a bit of a tough time for the 205. But the 205 in Masters going to continue to press on here.
Looks like we are seeing Andy Kuchar, I think, went into the lead. So it looks like the Kuchar brothers swapped there with the 296 now in the lead. And Patrick, you mentioned, how fast years going by. We talk about it in karting all the time. So we're in Cincinnati. Fall is around the corner. So this is the part of the country where they're not able to race around, obviously snow and ice. So these might be some of the final months of racing before winter. As you can see, another pass for the lead between these two brothers. So now they're really starting it up. What I'm trying to say is basically get all you can in these last couple months if you're in these tight club racing point battles, because this season is quickly coming to an end as we approach fall and then finally the winter season, where again cannot race year round in this part of the country like they can down in areas like where you are, Florida, where I am in Charlotte. So we'll see how this all shakes out.
Yeah, for us, snow is a very foreign concept here in the American equivalent of the land down under, as they continue to battle their way through. And I mean, we were talking about the Kutcher brothers having a good battle, but look at this battle here. But from Jennings down to Tracy, a little bit of a touch of the grass there, and they're going to come across the line now. And I mean, just separated by just about 10. Bocano ahead of Jennings. Tracy did get ahead of Greg Leahy. I think Leahy was the one that was actually off into the gravel, or the grass, excuse me, a bit earlier on. So Greg Leahy in a bit of an interesting situation now, as drivers will continue to find their way through. And still, the Kuchar brothers nose to tail now in this bit of a Congo line, this two-person Congo line, kind of making their way through. Bocano kind of in a bit of a no man's land, but then you have Jennings, Tracy, and Leahy all battling out, and Muzel also getting involved as well. So Muzel in the 211 getting involved in this one as well. So we're seeing some good battles here with about 3 minutes to go plus the lap.
Yeah, I was going to say we have great battles in the back of the pack as the battle for the lead continues on as well. Again, this is just the pre-finals, so we still got the finals coming up later on today. But you want to get all you can in the pre-finals, get the good starting position, good points, opportunity to round out this round. Again, we're going to do this all again tomorrow. Pretty much same schedule, same classes, same drivers. As the Kuchar brothers continue to race nose to tail and increase that gap. But as I keep saying, when they see that white flag or the white yeah, the white flag, I guess, come across the screen at the start-finish line, that's when I think maybe they'll start racing. Or when if they have time down the front straightaway to look at how much time is left on that clock, as Chris Kuchar has the best lap so far of this race, but they're really in a league of their own. I'm curious though if they have similar setups or if they like to drive the cars differently. But they have the same. They're very, very fast. So that's, no matter the setup, they have fast cars under them. As we are time's clicking away. I think we're gonna get 2 laps to go this time around, and we'll come back to the white flag.
Maybe about 2 or 3 laps, and I mean each driver has their own different driving style. So I mean honestly, both answers are equally plausible for me, or in my opinion. I think they can either run very similar setups, or they can run the completely opposite setup, and they just are so rapid that they can just make it work. Greg Leahy, fastest in class, as he has a lap time of a 51.930 compared to the 51.290 of Chris Kuchar as they make their way through the hill. You'll see them very shortly as we get ready to have a go at it. And they're going to come through the run now down to mini Barcelona. Coming down the hill now. And now it's still going to be Greg Lee well ahead of Newsel and Hamilton, Neil Hamilton and Curry. Not Steph Curry, unfortunately, although it'd be funny to see NBA stars attempt to drive go-karts. That is Corey Curry in the 206, propping up the field, and this time will be white flag next time by, as there's 5 seconds left on the clock. They'll come across the line and they'll have 1 more lap to go here in the KA 100 Master and Super Masters pre-final.
Yeah, my math was way off. I forgot we're doing 51-second lap times here. So my math was totally off. We will get the white flag, as we mentioned, coming by this time. But look at the gap that they've built on third place of Ethan Lucano in the 227. I mean, they're not even on the same screen for those of the viewers who are watching from home on the Kart Chaser Network, as there is the white flag for there's a white flag, and there's attempted pass for the lead. Cut off there. We'll see if they're able to set up another pass. Andy Kuchar in second, obviously just prove that he must get this win in the pre-final.
I would love to get like an interview with one of these, with one of the brothers, like post race at some point, just to kind of, to better understand the dynamic. I mean, I'm sure they get along absolutely fantastically behind the scenes, as a lot of brothers do. As Chris and Andy Kuchar now making their way through mini Barcelona for the last time, and this is going to be a good run here to the line. How's he going to play? How's he going to sit? Come across the line. No, excuse me, coming across the line now. It's going to be a drag race to the line. And Chris Kuchar will win here in the in the KA 100 Master and Super Master final, or pre-final, excuse me, as Damian Jennings will win in Super Masters. And that is another pre-final in the books, another competitive pre-final in the books. The Kuchar separated by just less than half a tenth of a second. So we are seeing excellent racing here. And your results: Chris Kuchar, Andy Kuchar, Ethan Pocono, top 3, Gerard Tracy, and Damian Jennings is your winner for the KA Super Masters, followed by Greg Leahy, Joey Newsel, Neil Hamilton, and Corey Curry. When we come back, Mini and Micro Swifts coming at you for their pre-final.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayKara.com. At ShopPayKara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayKara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Motorsport.
Cut. You all right, man? You sound way off.
What?
I don't know, you sound like you're asleep still. Is the age finally getting to you? You're only how old, 42?
Dude, I'm 27. I'm not even 3 years older than you.
Well, that's pretty old. Well, that's 3 years away from Masters, dude. You need a little pick-me-up. Try a Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Do you walk around with these in your pockets?
I actually do. Always two, one for me and clearly one for you.
Whatever. Not that old, dude.
Did it help though?
Yeah.
Pericazo. And you are that old.
And here we go. Welcome back as we are already well underway for the mini and micro Swift finals here. And we are already back to green flag racing here. 3 more pre-finals to go. We have the mini micro Swifts, which is on your screens at the moment if you're watching live, or if you're at the venue, it's right in front of you. You guys are awesome. As there is going to be the juniors up next. For K100 Juniors, and then the K100 Pro-Ams are the last pre-final of the day. So we are rocking and rolling here. Sam Hornish, Man Lewis going ahead and leading your field here. As they're battling out. Look at this, a move for the lead. A good dive up the inside there. And what a maneuver. And he's got the position. Man Lewis in the lead now. Just ahead of Sam Hornish. And it is going to be Griff He-Man leading in the micro Swifts. So good amount of racing here, as it's still going to be a very feisty battle for the lead between Min Lewis and Sam Hornish. They're going to fight it out for their positions, as they are just going to do whatever they can to make magic happen here this one.
We have a
oh no!
Oh, you can see the frustration. And a battle for the lead now.
I think that was He-Man.
I mean, there's only 4 karts in this race, 2 per class, but my goodness, we just saw in the last 30 seconds just pandemonium with the 1 car around. That was, I believe, Rogan Ren that maybe went around. That was coming across timing and scoring as they're continuing to battle for the lead. Sam Hornish and Minden Lewis. That was Rogan Ren that went around. You saw the frustration when that happened, but wow. I mean, like I said, we only have 4 cars, but this battle for the lead is intense.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. And Rogan Ren has had a bit of a tricky time here this weekend. He had a particularly tough time in qualifying as well, so hopefully he'll be able to bounce back for the final. But even if not, you can do it all again tomorrow, and hopefully tomorrow will be a brand new day and brand new opportunities with these brand new days. So Sam Hornish and Min Lewis still battling it out, still practically nose to tail on this one, and they will continue to scrub their way through as they come across the line, and it'll be Sam Hornish setting a new fastest lap of the race here so far, ahead of Min Lewis, who is about 2/10 back now. These two are fiercely competitive competitors, as we have 5 minutes plus a lap to go here in this one. So good battles coming through and good action coming through as well. So we are loving what we're seeing here, and Min Lewis would love to get the pass done on to Sam Hornish.
Yeah, you mentioned competitors. I mean, they have been swapping the lead. I mean, this is the only lap where I don't think they swapped the lead since we took the green. but I thought maybe they just ride around, try and learn what they can, but they're still learning. Definitely getting an education out there with Sam Hornish and Min Lewis swapping the lead back and forth. They're still nose to tail. Definitely have very similar karts, not surprisingly, and we'll see how they finish out this pre-final. But they're definitely making this interesting. Looks like they're also having a lot of fun, learning a lot while they're out there as well.
I mean, these two have battled across multiple rounds here this season at MCC, and it's been really fun to watch them. I've covered these two battling quite a bit, and they've just had such a grand old time fighting here, and they've really they look like they're having fun. I mean, that is one of the most satisfying things as a racer, whether it's in karting, whether you're in karting, cars, or even sim racing. You have some battles sometimes absolutely amazing to be a part of. One of my coworkers that works at the K1 Speed that I work at, we've had a handful of battles on track where we just fight for a position and not for the lap time as per normal, but it's really fun. And Min Lewis is going to go for a move now. He's going to send it up the inside of turn 1. He will have the lead of the pre-final. Very nicely done. And Min Lewis will get the fastest lap as well. So he gets the move done just going into turn 1. And that is a very, very nice turn. Very nice overtake. That's what you love to see. Nice, fast, and clean. The perfect combination.
Yeah, it's just amazing that these young drivers, you mentioned the clean factor there. Just amazing that these two drivers are able to swap the lead back and forth, but do so without contacting into each other, spinning each other out. Obviously, we talk about how much you need to learn as the young racer. Obviously, they're learning a lot how to make these passes, how to get that draft, because these karts are very sustainable to that draft. As you can see down the front straightaway, we have the lead change once again thanks to that draft. So put Sam Hornish back into lead as they're still battling through this infield section. So as I mentioned, they're getting quite the education, having a lot of fun out there. But the last thing you want is they've kept it clean so far. Definitely want to keep it clean the rest of the race. Don't want to get into any issues because that could bring any of the other two drivers to the overall win in this race. But they're in a league of their own, obviously, but playing on quite strong.
Yeah, and also, if they fight too much, I mean, they can mess up their own race, like you said. And if they come to contact, I mean, especially with this being a doubleheader, if they mess up too badly and they come into too much contact, then I mean, their cars are done for the weekend. So there's so much at stake here. Look at the defensive up there from Sam Hornish. What a chop! Very nicely done. I mean, this is some stuff that it takes years to teach some pro drivers how to pull off a defensive move like that. But Sam Hornish, at this age group, he's doing it nicely. Very nicely done there from the 111. Trying to add P1 to that 111. And he is fighting for it with 1 minute to go and 1 lap to go. And they're coming up actually to some lapped traffic. That is going to be Brogan Wren, who is luckily able to come back out onto the track. So it is good to see that he was able to get back going. And he is now potentially about to be lapped by the 2 mini Swifts. Oh, look at this side by side. It's 3 wide. And Brogan Wren coming into the pits now. That's going to be his pre-final done and dusted. Sam Hornish ahead of Min Lewis. And they're still going to fight out tooth and nail. Trying to fight it side by side. Just about. It'll still be Hornish ahead of Lewis with 2 to go.
Yeah, they're going to get the white flag next time by. Still no idea who's going to win this race because both these drivers have been putting on a great show. As I mentioned before, all you need in a race is 2 karts. And I think they're proving that now. They put on a great show. Great racing between these two as it looks like they're going to try and dice it up once again. No, I thought they were going to try and make it pass before they went into those final sets of corners. Maybe trying to see who can set up who when that final straightaway. We saw it a couple of weeks ago on one of the events here. Almost every event came down to what happened at exactly the start-finish line because of the long front straightaway. So here we are on the white flag lap. Still don't know who it's going to be. we'll see when they come back around one more time.
Some really good defensive maneuvering there from Sam Hornish. And Min Lewis is trying to find something, but I mean, Sam Hornish already showing excellent aggressive defense there. It is an aggressive defense, but it's cleanly aggressive defense, and that is it's tricky because a lot of times defense is usually one or the other, but he's found a good mix of both to really just hold on to that lead position. So Sam Hornish now making his way, coming through Mini Barcelona for one last time. It's going to be a drag race down the line. If you get a good exit through Barcelona, you're going to be home sweet home. And it's going to be a drag race here. Min Lewis going for the move, though. Min Lewis might just have this one coming through. Drag race to the line. And it is going to be Sam Hornish by 22 milliseconds ahead of Greg He-Man and Brogan Wren. And what a race that was. Wow. Very close there from the Mini Swifts. And Griff He-Man winning the Micro Swift with Brogan Wren unable to finish the race. So crazy close gaps here between these guys. I can't wait to see how the pre-final shapes up, or the main final, excuse me, how that shapes up, because that's going to be really competitive. One week junior pre-final for the KA100s will be coming out here in a couple minutes. Alrighty, everybody, it is time to get ready for the KA Juniors pre-final here on the evening, and it is the penultimate pre-final here before we go to the KA 100 Pro-Ams to wrap up the pre-finals, and then it'll be the N35 carts at 2:30 p.m. So here we go. It's going to be single file lines here. Or we're going to go to tram lines, excuse me, as we get ready to go for KA 100 Junior Pre-Finals. And it is green flag, and away we go here. And it is going to be a good, hard battle between all these drivers. And we're going to see who can come on top. And this spectacular battle, Ben Gleberman, Heather Homer, He-Man, Alex Kutcher, Kai Park, Robert Lash, Lila Beck, and Blake Martinez will be your drivers here in this session. So we're going to see how they all pan out. Once again, it is going to be 8 minutes plus a lap here. So going to be some excellent battles. Gleberman going to hold on to the lead. Homer He-Man, though, already applying some good pressure in that number 43, and we're gonna have to see if Homer He-Man's gonna be able to make a move now. He looks like he's already thinking about making a move as we begin lap number 2. So he's gonna go to the line. Gleberman does take the lead. Robert Lash does get ahead of Kai Park, but that was the only lap change at the moment. Was Robert Lash in the 4th out of Kai Park.
Yeah, pretty spread out early on here with the first lap just being completed. But actually, top 2, but then there's a pretty nice little pack of carts there. You can see that is 3rd through about 6th, and then 7th is just a little bit farther off. So no real big movers or big, no big movers, but carts getting, the battle. The best battle is for obviously 1st and 2nd. It looks like the crap that we see for 3rd on back. Few carts getting their tires off in the dirt there on the final corner. Haven't seen that a whole heck of a lot today, but they're definitely really driving hard here in this pre-final. I think we'll see more action like that. Carts off in the dirt possibly in the finals in just about an hour or so here from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, but still single file, clean and green. No issues on the racetrack so far.
What we definitely have seen a lot, though, at least here in this pre-final, is Robert Lash making up some really good positions. He's already up in the 3rd in just about 2 laps into this race. He's already made up 2 laps, or 2 positions, excuse me. So Robert Lash in that number 848 is looking very, very strong here in this race, and we'll see what he can do. It's going to set up pretty nicely as Homer He-Man in that lime green helmet and that green cart, trying to find a move. Kai Park will get ahead of Alex Kutcher as well. So Ben Gleberman still leading here by just about a 1/10 of a second. We got 2 little trains here. We do have Ben Gleberman and Homer He-Man, but then you do have pretty much everybody else right there in that pack as well, aside from Blake Martinez, who's a bit further back. And so now the battles are going to continue. Is this going to be Kai Park looking for a move? He's looking for it. He's going to send it up the inside. Does he have the move done? Coming into Mini Barcelona now. He had a move, but it's a switchback contact even a little bit there. And that's going to allow even more positional changes. Alex Kutcher and Lila Beck getting ahead. And that's going to be some more position changes here. And Robert Lash really getting the short end of the stick there. He drops down into 6th, and he's ready to come back at it. And he's going to give it a go here. The 848 and the 828 doing battle. Another bit of a dip in the grass, and oh, that's a big moment there. Getting a little too eager there, and that might be a bunch of time lost for Robert Lash in the 848.
I was about to say, Robert Lash, they lost so much momentum off that final corner, making that contact. You don't want to lose that momentum down that long straightaway with the start finish line. And more momentum was lost on the infield field section. So that's really spread out those drivers in third through about 7th or third through 6th. So we have a warning also coming down for High Park. But there is the battle for the lead, nose to tail. The 853 and the 43 still nose to tail, kind of buying their time, waiting for the clock to tick down. But that was a heck of a lap for the first from 3rd to 6th place.
Yeah, that is. I mean, that's just hard racing right there. And I mean, maybe a little too aggressive. Maybe a little bit of just a little bit of contact. It does have a Kai Park is now back up in the 4th. He does get ahead of Lila Beck. So yeah, I mean, he does have that warning. It's not a penalty, it's just a warning. So might have just been known as a racing incident there, but Cleverman and He-Man only a second or about a thousandth apart in terms of the best lap time. So with that being said, with about 2.5 minutes to go before the final lap, Homer He-Man will try to fight back. He's got about 2/10 to try to make up here as he will fight. He's got that green helmet there, trying to take on Ben Gloverman, as they're going to do everything in their power to fight, and they will do what they can. Here we go. Trying to fight it. Gonna be some good battling here. This is for 3rd between Kai Park and Alex Kutcher. This is gonna be a good run here as they come to the line now. It is gonna be Gloverman still ahead of He-Man, and Kutcher and Kai Park will be the next two to come across the line. They are so close to each other. No pass yet, but Lila Beck and Robert Lash trying to make up some recovery positions. And Blake Martinez will be still propping up the field. Still in the race though, so he'll still get points, as Ben Gloverman and Homer He-Man are still duking it out.
Yeah, look at the timing sheet. They still are, you know, just a couple 10,000s off each other for those best laps. So the top two are the feedback. It's obviously on the racetrack right now. We'll see if they're able to make any passes there before the end of this event.
Yeah, it's gonna be just a brutal battle between these two as they will fight their way on. Homer He-Man now the only driver to get sub 51 on this track so far, only just about a 10th back, and it'll be 2 to go. They're gonna go ahead and cross the line here. They're about to make the run down the backstretch coming to Mini Barcelona. They're coming down the hill now. And down the hill they go, sweeping it around, and now coming through the whirlpool as they will go to begin to cross the line, and they will start the penultimate lap here of our penultimate pre-final. It will be 2 to go as they cross the line. 2 laps to go here in this one, and this is going to be a tight one. Homer He-Man now pretty much giving it almost looked like a little bit of a nudge. You could barely fit a can of Coca-Cola in between those two carts with how close they got here.
And they have such a gap between the 3rd place position. They could start dicing it up for the lead right now, and Alex Kuchar in the 878 probably would not catch them. So they're coming around now to these final test of corners before they get to that white flag lap. But you can see there is 3rd and 4th. So a huge distance between them, over 5.5 seconds, as they are battling for the 3rd position, Kai Park and Alex Kuchar. So this is going to be the battle for the win. These two drivers right here, as they did just get the white flag one more time around.
Uno mas for these drivers. Kai Park and Alex Kuchar now traded positions during that last lap, but this is going to be the final lap here of our penultimate pre-final as we go ahead and see who's going to go ahead and get this one done. This is going to be a tightly knit battle. Homer He-Man, it's going to be make or break now. He's going to have to make this move. He's got to get it done, and defensive move there from Ben Gloverman. Defensive move. bit of contact, and there's the switchback from Horner. A switchback at the end, and he will get ready to come across the line. He will come down to the home stretch now, and Homer He-Man will win the junior pre-final here in the K100s. Oh, okay, I was about to say, Gloverman almost got it, just about 18 milliseconds away. Kai Park, Alex Kutcher, Robert Lash, Lila Beck, and Blake Martinez will round out your field here today. And coming up next, Blake Martinez, after you cross the line, it'll be the KA Pro-Am Pre-Final, our final pre-final of the night. And then, it's time for the finals. We'll be back shortly.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America, use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
All right, the final pre-final here, and we have saved one of the best for last. KA100 Pro-Ams, and here we go. The drivers are trying to generate some last-minute tire temperatures, and we're about to get rolling. We're about to get racing. Everything is about to kick off here for the KA100 Pro-Am final, and it is green flag, and away we go. Some moves already being made here. The qualifying margin was very slim, but Will Steele is going to go ahead and lead us to the green, and he's going to see if he can hold on here. Logan Mueller was behind by just a thousandth of a second in qualifying earlier. So it is excellent stuff that we're going to see from these drivers, and it is going to be all to play for coming through now. 8 minutes, 1 lap. It's going to be, everything is going to fire up, and the drivers are fired up. And then we move on to the finals, starting at 2:36. But before we get there, still got a good amount of racing left here, and a few drivers touching a little bit of gravel, touching a little bit of grass. You know, they always say to touch grass. You'll probably get told to touch grass at least once if you've done anything online, but don't do it in a go-kart. Most go-karts do not like grass. You might spin.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many karts go off today, but this is probably the largest field I believe we have for the one division, and it's the strongest field I think that we've had here this weekend. If you just look at the qualifying result, as you can see, they're continuing single file. Oh, we have a kart way off in the dirt. Ooh. On top of the hill there. Wasn't sure who that was, but obviously we saw earlier, getting off like that can help you lose a ton of time. Looks like they were able to get it back on the racetrack. Oh, we have a kart off as well. Mechanical issues possibly for that driver, as we're still green here. As the battle for the lead continues, looks like the top two starting to break away just slightly early on.
I think the two karts that were off were Michael Maker and Braden Heber. So I think those are the two karts that were off. So that is very unfortunate for the 907 and the 978. Braden Heber, I mean, both drivers have been pretty strong here. Michael Maker started in 3rd position, by the way. So he had a pretty good qualifying, just unfortunately came to an end. Heber's back onto the track. But Michael Maker's day in the pre-finals is done, so he will start from 13th on the field, and that is going to be a tough one to claw back. But anything is possible. It will be a longer race. It will be 10 minutes plus 2 laps in the pre-finals. And Josiah Phillips and Garrett Hagerman are going to go down. Josiah Phillips under investigation now. I'm gonna look and see, but I think that might be for contact. Maybe, we'll see. We'll keep you guys up to date.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there was some contact, just given how close this field was set up with the speeds and just the talent, and also just the fierce battles that we've seen early on here. You can see that's the top 5 all red karts on your screen for those of you watching at home on Kart Chaser as they come around across the finish line once again. Click off another lap. So top 5 breaking away slightly here. Max Klein rounds out the top 5 in the 362 as they continue to navigate their way into, as I call it, the infield portion of this racetrack. But still anyone's race with about 4 minutes to go plus that 1 lap. Things have settled down for now. Everyone in single file. For a while we had some fierce action back in the pack there with drivers off and mechanical issues, but as soon as I say it, it looks like they're trying to maybe cut up a pack there for the 3rd position, but they're content now to ride, it looks like, until we start to put down more of the timing left here in this race as we're coming down the front straightaway again, where you can get a good drag in the draft here, especially in these karts.
Yeah, karting in general is such a momentum-based motorsport. There's no ERS, there's no DRS, no battery shenanigans like there is in Formula 1. I mean, there's nothing of the sort, so no push to pass, none of that. So you're just going to use raw speed and momentum to really help you get these overtakes done when you need them to be done. So you got to really just try to be careful and just try not to lose the momentum, which I know that sounds easy, but it is much easier said than done, especially when you're fighting. And there is a penalty. This is a penalty for Josiah Phillips. So a penalty there for the number 971. And it just says IR. So we'll look into that one, see how that penalty shapes out. But regardless, it is a penalty for Josiah Phillips at 971. So an IR penalty for him, and that's going to be a tricky one to come back from.
We also had a cart off in the grass on one of the final corners there. I believe there it is right there. Still getting some assistance from our track steward there. So I don't know if that's a mechanical issue or if they spun off the racetrack. Looks like they're going to get a push, but they may be a lap down now. Trying to see, I think that's the 929 that was off track there, but we stay racing here as we are really clicking down the time here. We should, I think this is probably 3 more laps here, but battle is on for the lead.
Yeah, so it's going to be a tight battle between these drivers. They're going to do whatever they can to find these positions here with a plus a lap to go, as they are going to just fight it out, fight their way on through. And they're going to give it everything that they have to find these positions and find the groove, as Hageman and Sassone going to go ahead and trade spots last lap around. So here we go. Now making our way down the line. It is still going to be Logan Mueller again of Will Steele. And then it's going to be just a good fight. We're going to see a move there. Max Klein getting ahead of Ryan Miller. Alejandro Gallego ahead of Caleb Sassone. And that's going to be another position gain there. So Caleb Sassone started in 11th. He's made up 2 spots. Alejandro Gallego, though, he started 13th, and he's made up 5 positions. So that is a very nice pass there to make. You love to see it.
Yeah, plus 5 positions. Sometimes drivers, like I said earlier on the broadcast day, it's a little bit tough to pass here, especially when they get strung out like this. So you want to make as many passes or opportunities to pass. You want to get those off the start of the race. As we got the 2 to go that time by, so white flag. Next time around, Logan Mueller in the 927 continues to lead the 901 of Will Stahl in 2nd position. And I believe they've gapped a little bit to the 3rd. Yes, they're over a 2.5 seconds between 1st and 2nd in that 3rd place position. But if they start battling, we could see everyone accordion back together as they're coming around for the white flag. But it looks like our leader, Logan Mueller, has a nice little gap coming to the white flag.
He does, yeah. He's got a pretty decent gap here, so all he's got to do is just bring it on home. It is going to be, we'll see what the gap is here. It's just about a second, as Max Klein does still the fastest lap of the race, set on lap 9. And so here we go. It is the final lap here of the pre-finals, and it's going to be a fast and furious run down towards the end here. And all he's got to do is just go through one more lap, coming through the infield, and now making his way down the backstretch, coming down the hill towards Barcelona. And he's going to begin the fast sweeper, and then he's going to go ahead and just make his way through. And Logan Mueller will take the victory here as long as he can just bring it home, bring it across the line. And it will be Logan Mueller winning here in the KA 100 Pro-Am Pre-Final Will Steele, Marcus Batchun rounding out your podium. Max Don, Ryan Miller, Adler Klein going ahead and wrapping up your top 6. And then a very nice little gaggle. Garrett Hagerman ahead of Josiah Phillips, who's now under investigation for avoidable contact. Ahead of Alejandro Gallego, Caleb Sassone, Warner, Angel Sika, and then Braden Heber and Michael Maker. And Braden Heber, who had mechanical issues that did not finish the race. So that's going to be the end of the pre-finals. And when we come back, the N35 Cup will begin their finals. So on behalf of Brett, I've been Patrick Coleman, and we brought you all the action here in the pre-finals. Tune in a couple of minutes when we take you through all the action again for the finals. We'll be back.
We are muted. I'll be right back. My dog wants to go outside.
Oh, good. We got about 10 minutes probably at least. According to the Alpha link, it says 236. Gotcha.
don't have to do tech or anything.
The field, and it's been drama here in the opening stages of the race here, Brett.
Yeah, definitely way different than what we saw in the pre-final. They were really organized, driving with the best of manners, I guess you could say. But as you mentioned, they're racing differently here, but it looks like they've calmed down a little bit. We'll see if that holds true for the remainder of this race. Again, it's longer than the pre-final. We have 10 minutes plus 2 laps. Previously, it was 7 minutes plus a lap. So they're making their way around the racetrack. Single file, it looks like, for now. But still plenty of time for them to get back together.
And now we are also hearing that Rodrigo Alvarez is under an investigation as well. I'm not sure for what this time around though, but it is going to be a good battle here. As I'll look at the number 23 of Marcos Betancourt trying to make a move now on to Carter Thompson. And Carter Thompson, which is going to be music to his ears. No further action for the jump start. So he has been cleared of all wrongdoing. No penalty for the number 2. Now let's see what the penalty is going to be for the number 17. If there is one, maybe that one will be a NFA as well. But Carter Thompson still leads ahead of Marcus Betancourt. Rodrigo Amarles and Michael Maker are your top 4. Michael Maker with the fastest lap of the race here so far. Randy Powder Jr. and up there it is, start manipulation. Rodrigo Amarez, the number 17. 3-second time penalty to be added at the end of his race. So, unfortunate one there for the number 17.
So the top 5, it looked like had coordinated back together, but now you see they are once again battling. And also, I wanted to mention for those that are watching at home, so again, these are like the rental cars, so give everyone a chance to race. But the lap times are in the 107 range. That's about, I'd say like, at least 15 seconds slower than most of our classes that we run with the other professional cars. So a little bit slower, obviously, but still some great racing with some of these guys out here on the racetrack. Looks like the battle is for, obviously, the lead, but then 3rd through 5th also nose to tail.
I think there's another cart that was kind of off the track there, so we'll have to kind of see if that transforms into anything. That might be the number 11 who might have been off for a little bit, but it seems like we have everybody back on track, and there's some good scraps here happening in the rental cars. As Marcos Betancourt and Carter Thompson coming to the line now, they're going to be nose to tail, and actually Betancourt does take the lead ahead of Carter Thompson. Carter Thompson trying to make it back, trying to find a fight back. Max Klein trying to find something here, and he's going to potentially send it. Decides against it though, and he will continue to fight his way through this race. And this is going to be a fantastic final as we are getting ready to see how the last 5 minutes plus 2 laps of this final shakes up. Because it's got all the ingredients to be simply lovely racing here. As it's going to be Carter Thompson already trying to make it look there. And Max Klein in the 3rd. So he's got a pretty good gap in front and behind him. As Michael Maker, Rodrigo Amales, and Cadet Klein are all going to be in there. Nice little battle. And the 23 is still in the lead of this one. And there's a very slow moving cart up ahead. That's going to be the number 11 of Fritz Wilk. I think he's just letting everybody pass. And a record has been set here by Carter Thompson, a 107.248. That's happened now. Randy Paneer Jr., who had off earlier on, he's making a pretty darn good comeback. A 107.152, new track record for number 10 in these N35 Pirelli rental karts.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned, Patrick, early on in the broadcast this morning. This is the first time that we have broadcast this type of event. I think this might be their first race of the season, or at least the first one on Kart Series. So we're proud to bring you some of the, I guess, let's say normal, not non-professionals, but just everyday people trying to who love racing, trying to make a name for themselves, just have some fun out there as well, but also have the race broadcasting to everyone all over the world via the internet. But it looks like here's that battle for the lead. The 23 of Marcos Lightenport and Carter Thompson, first and second. They're nose to tail. You have to wonder, just like with the other classes that we've seen all morning, all afternoon, are they going to wait until they get M2 to go, then they want to start racing, or is there not enough power in the number 2 car? We'll have to wait and see. But interesting racing going on here. They've definitely gapped from the rest of the field. Third place, kind of Max Klein on the track by himself there. Gapped both the drivers behind him and the drivers in front of him gapped him. So we'll see how that shakes out.
Yeah, we're gonna just see indeed how it all shakes out, because it'll be fun to see it. We got these karts tomorrow as well, and that's gonna be a good pass there. Good and scrappy. And the thing about these karts is, because they're rental karts, they have those bumpers around the wheels that protect the wheels, so you can get away with a little bit more scrapping and still not have any mechanical problems, as that is going to be Carter Thompson retaking the lead here. And I mean, he didn't wait for the 2 to go. He just saw an opportunity and he took it. And sometimes in these rental karts, that is going to be your best course of action. Just looking for an opportunity and absolutely sending it if you got the shot to. That is pretty much exactly how you have to play it. You have to play it like it is, you know, make or break, go big or go home. And I mean, it's going to be fun to see how this one shapes up, because this, especially between P1 and P2, the kart number 2 and kart number 23, those are going to be some good battles here as the number 23 shakes for a move.
Final section of corner 2 before we go back on to that straightaway. It's still a big battle here for the lead between first and second. But I'm interested to see if Max Klein in the number 24, that purple kart that you see in the distance, if able to close the gap at all, especially when these leaders are side by side like this, or attempting to go side by side like this. Go look at the time recording, and no, Max Klein lost time there, so he's not gaining on the leaders, as based off of my math, which has been incorrect today. Just cross line, that would be 3 to go, so next time by it will be 2 to go, because the clock will be at 0 before they cross the line. So we'll see if Carter Thompson able to hold on to the lead, but he's got company right behind him, so this race far from over.
It's going to feel like the longest 2 laps of his life for Carter Thompson, because I mean, that's just how it is. I mean, sometimes when it's down to the last couple laps, and here goes Marcos going for the move, and Bittencourt is taking a bite out of the lead from Carter Thompson, and he will chop his way to the front of the field, and it'll be 2 to go on this time around. This one is going to be a spectacular run here. Carter Thompson, Marcus Bittencourt in the lead now, but look right behind him, Max Klein. If these guys keep battling, then P3 might have a easy shot well, I won't say an easy shot, but he might have a shot of at least challenging these two for a position here. And that would be absolutely spectacular at this stage, to have a third competitor make it a triple threat match in the closing stages of the N35 Cup A Final. It is a 6-round championship that is starting this week, and it'll be running alongside MCC, so expect to see it from here on out. And honestly, I'm glad, because this is such a fun class. There are rental cars, same cars that you can rent here at the facility on any visit. Oh, that's going to be Thompson trying to scrap a look at this. Look at Max Klein right there in the back. He's in the bluish purple cart. And it's gonna be a drag race with the final lap. And this one, it's all we're about to go through right into turn 1.
Max Klein was 2 seconds behind these leaders last time by, and you can see what happens in these rental cars when you start racing like this. At this point, maybe even 4th position could be in this battle, because they are beating and banging as they go down into this infield section. And I have no idea who's going to win this race, but wow, what a battle we have among these top 3.
Oh yeah, I mean, just excellent battles happening here with these drivers as it is the final lap of the race. They're making a run down to Barcelona. We're about to go 3 wide, going into Barcelona. And Marcos Bittencourt is going to try it. And look at that, and look at Max Klein trying to make his way through. Excellent racing coming through. Max Klein, he was looking for it. He was feeding for that race lead. He won't get quit. That won't quite get at the end. Action so awesome that my brain can't even keep up with it. We're going to come up to the line, and Carter Thompson will win. Oh no, Marcus Bittencourt will get it. And Max Klein and Carter Thompson. And that is good racing here. Marcos Bittencourt and a Max Klein and a Carter Thompson, Michael Baker, Rodrigo Amarles, who does have the 3-second penalty, which I think, okay, so he will take positions from that. Randy Batter Jr., P6, Alec Klein, P7. And then Carlo Diaz, Dylan Reagan, and Victor Martinez, and Fritz Wilk will round out our field here today. When we come back at about 3 o'clock, we're going to begin with the 206 Masters and Super Masters finals here, coming at you shortly here on Kart Chasers.
Masters and Super Masters finals here, coming at you shortly here on Kart Chasers.
All right, I'll be right back myself. Alrighty, everybody, welcome on back. And this time, it is time for the 206 Masters and Super Masters Final. Our second final of the night. We had a fun time with the rental karts, and now it is time to get rolling with the biggest combined class on the field. 21 karts are going to line up and get ready for tram lines and get ready to go here for 10 minutes plus 2 laps of racing action here. And it's green light and away we go. Joey Newsel will lead us to the field, will lead us to green. Al Elwood on the inside. He's going to have to go ahead and make the move. He will fight for that position as they make their way to the infield. And they're going to fight it out, making their way down the stretch. Coming now to the big left-hander, bringing them onto the infield. And this is going to be one of the best spots for overtakes on this racetrack. And Evan McCorkadale in that yellow number 19 kart is going to try to make his way through. He was pushing, and he's up actually into second. So that's a very good pass there from the number 19. He is up to second. And Chris Gorman and Joey Newsel are under investigation. Chris Gorman for pushing at the start. And we'll have to see what comes of those as they come across the line on the exit of Mini Barcelona. It is going to be a good run across the line. And here we go. Evan McCorkadale up into second. Alan Elwood in the lead. Joey Newsel in second place. And there's a few drivers who dropped all the way down. And then Brayton Jarvis in the 199 206 Master. He has dropped way down the order. He's dropped 6 positions on the opening lap.
Yeah, looks like everyone's pretty orderly right now. Single file, first through third. Looks like they're breaking away slightly, but I'm just interested to see with the longer race, like what we saw in the pre-final, if the longer we go, the more strung out these drivers will get, as there was one that was way off in the dirt at the top of the hill. Looks like, look at the track map, they're able to gather it back up. But what I was saying was interesting to see, as we have maybe a pass for the lead there. The longer we go, more heat in the tires, hot racetrack. If we see these drivers get more and more strung out, as you can see, the majority of the field single file, except for this battle for the lead.
Good battle for the lead there, and that is going to be Evan McCorkadale in the number 19 in the lead of the race. And these four are going to follow each other through. They are snaking their way into the opening stages of the lap. They're making it out of the run, coming into turn number 2. And now they're just going to go ahead and get ready to fight their way now through this fantastic infield section, as you so brilliantly coined it. Now coming down the hill, coming to Barcelona. And it's going to be a tight one. You do have Alan Elwood right there thinking about potentially trying to make a move. Joey Newsel also right there in the mix. So we are seeing some fantastic battling here. Drivers giving it their all, pushing forward. This is where the big points are scored. They come across the line. McCorkadale in the lead ahead of Joey Newsel and Alan Elwood. Chris Gorman fastest in his group, fastest in the Supermasters group. Remember, these are 30 to 50-year-olds driving these karts in the Masters and Supermasters in particular. So this is going to be just battling here. Larry Pike now dropping down some spots. And we're going to see how the battle at the front goes. McCorkadale does lead still from Newsel, Elwood, and Gorman, as they're all pretty much all nose to tail here, making their way into Mini Barcelona once again.
Yeah, looks like the top 4 have been able to break away slightly. Nice little gap between all of them, especially when you can see there was a battle briefly for that 5th place position. I want to give you an update on the back of the field. Looks like the 27 of Aaron Reed off the track, so will not finish this race here today as they continue nose to tail. But there's that battle farther back behind the leaders. That is the 29, so that's for the 7th place. That's Renee Moeller. It looks like they get it sorted out as they go into this infield section there, but there's those top 4 nose to tail.
Another update. Number 34, Chris Gorman, pushing on to start, 3-second time penalty. applied to the number 34. So these stewards, they are playing it by the book here today. As we see Joey Newsel trying to make the move on to McCorkindale, and McCorkindale might be losing 2 spots. He might lose one to Alan Elwood as well. Coming through Barcelona, Elwood gonna try it, but no, he can't quite get it done on to Evan McCorkindale. And Alan Elwood will go ahead and bring it on. And very nicely done there as he makes his way to the line. And it'll be Joey Newsel ahead of Evan McCorkindale, ahead of Alan Elwood and Chris Gorman. Goes out of the penalty. Matt Geist up 2 positions now with the fastest lap of the race. He had an unfortunate time earlier on today, but he has made a pretty good recovery drive. And I mean, just 14 positions gained here, Brett. 14 positions gained between the start of the race and at this stage. He started in 20th, 2-0. Now up into P6, looking to fight for P5.
I mean, that's an amazing comeback. He was putting them down and easily there because that was only about 5 minutes into this race. So in 5 minutes, probably only like 4 or 5 laps, he was able to pick up all of those positions. So great job. That proves that, yes, qualifying is important. You obviously don't want to start in a hole, but it is possible to go from the back to the front, especially in these longer final races. As you can see, something developing up front is the top 3 now breaking away from 4th of Chris Gorman. Of course, he's in the other class, but the top 3 starting to gap. You wonder if they want to help each other stay in line until the end of the race, until they get 2 to go, and then they start dicing it up. But based off of what we've seen so far, I think whoever thinks they have the fastest kart, they wanted to get out to the lead early.
Yeah, because it's going to be so much easier to manage and just manage the pace and not burn as much energy. Because you got to think, these guys they have to do this all again tomorrow. So, I mean, if you overly exert yourself in this one, then you're just going to be somewhat compromised come tomorrow, and you want to at least save some energy. So building that gap will make things a lot easier for you in the long run. Evan McCorkindale now trying to find his way back through. You do have Alan Elwood, though, pretty much trying to knock on the door there to find a potential pass, to find something that he can go ahead and give us. And he's going to try to find a spot, but it is going to be very, very difficult, as we'll see now, as there's some positions gained and lost. Don Harrington a bit further back, now down into 17th, but back to the battle up at the front. It is still pretty much a very tightly knit battle between our top 3, as it is going to be Newsel, McCorkindale, and Elwood all grabbing for position. And right now, fastest lap does belong to the number 5 for Alan Elwood, but you do have Chris Gorman right there as well. So the lead Supermaster, who does have a 3-second penalty, might actually drop 5th place overall to Matt Geist at the end of it, because Geist is cooking, and Chris Gorman, it's a new record for him, a 57.873. So a new record on track. Very nicely done, and what a good place to get it here in the final. It is 4 karts in the slipstream on those tail with 2 minutes and 2 laps to go.
Yeah, I think we've proven with the number of records we've seen, the track is fast today, even with some of the sun beating down, maybe a little bit warm out there. I think it's the mid-80s, a little bit warmer tomorrow, but it's still a fast racetrack. As you can see, the still top 4 nose to tail. We've seen that for the last 5 minutes or so in this event, as time is clicking down on the clock. Again, down to 0, then plus 2 laps after that. So still a pretty long way to go here as they're coming down the front straightaway, already catching a little bit of lapped traffic. That is a slower kart there. That is the 151 of Larry Pike. So we'll see. Probably will get out of the way nicely for these leaders so they can battle it out amongst the leaders, not let any of the lapped karts get in the way here as we're in the late stages of this event.
Yeah, it is 84 and overcast today here in Batavia. So very, very nice weather, honestly. The sun isn't beating down as much as it was earlier. Tomorrow, expect the same. Expect more of the same tomorrow with a high temperature of 89 and a low of 65. So it's going to be a very nice day tomorrow as well. And we're going to just see how the rest of it pans out. 24 seconds on the clock, so it'll be 3 to go when they do cross the line. They're making their way to the line now, so it will be 3 laps to go as we cross the line. It'll be Alan Elwood, who did get the move done, on to Evan McCorkadale, and there's a pass happening here, and that is going to be Christopher Ianello. Got to go ahead and make the move on to Greg Leahy, so that is going to be the move for 6th. Made that move across the line. So good pace there from the number 46, as these 4 are pretty much inseparable at this point. I mean, it's like, and this might make a few of you hungry, so I hope you had lunch, but it's like peanut butter plus jelly plus marshmallow plus chocolate all in one sandwich, as these 4 carts are nose to tail.
Yeah, they're going to get that 2 to go this time by, so we'll see if they start making those moves, if they have time to look up at the board and see there's 2 to go, or if they wait and see the white box flash across the screen at the start-finish line. But looks like everyone's content right now. Alan Elwood, though, fastest time, so you have to wonder if Alan in second in the number 5 cart has something to prove here. Definitely has the speed, just probably trying to see where best to make the move for the lead without allowing the carts behind him to also get into the battle.
Another update, no further action on the investigation earlier for Joey Newsel, the cart that is currently in first. And I mean, as we get ready to go through the final lap, the drivers are going to make their way through Barcelona once again. And then from there, it really could be just a superstar run from Alan Elwood, and I wouldn't be too surprised if we do get that superstar run. It'll be white flag now, and he's already looking for it. He's already thinking about it, but he tucks back in, and he goes for the move. But he tucks back in again, so he's trying to pressure Joey Newsel into a bit of a mistake. They say diamonds are formed under pressure, but so are mistakes. And I mean, you want to be a diamond in this one, you got to be durable, you got to be tough, you cannot let things get to you easily, as this is going to be just intense pressure coming through now as we are going through the infield section. Very nice, very smooth, and look at this, it is going to be Evan McCorkadale potentially losing a spot as well, so that is going to be McCorkadale trying to fight back in the third. But here we go, this is going to be our drag race hill line, and that's going to be moving the lead. And Joey Newsel loses 2 spots there. And Alan Elwood could get this, but look at this, fighting back through. It's going to be a drag race hill line. We're about to go forward across the line. Who's it going to be? And across the line, your winner is Evan McCorkadale by .002. Ahead of Chris Gorman, Alan Elwood, and Joey Newsel. We were 4-1 across the line. Call that Connect 4.
That was a heck of a set of last quarters there. And I will say, I think one of the carts got in the grass, cut the grass to try and make it 4 wide. You can see back there's a lot of grass on the racetrack, so that was quite the battle. What a great finish. Excited to see them hit the track once again tomorrow. But that was amazing to see. Great driving by all those carts, all those racers. No major incidents either, so great race by everyone.
Yeah, and your results here, the unofficial results here: Evan McCorkadale, Chris Gorman, Alan Elwood, Joey Newsel, Matt Geist, Christopher Ianello, Greg Leahy, Dan Monsian, Carson Noble, and Rene Muller, rounding out your top 10. And then the rest of your results: Ryan Bradshaw, Matt Noble, Mike Dottie, Robert Newsel, Daryl Dillon, Justin Hart, Brighton Jarvis, and then it's going to be Don Harrington, Larry Pike, Kyle Davis, and Aaron Reed rounding out your field here tonight. When we come back next time, it'll be 206 Juniors for their final here tonight. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental cart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day, drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart, it's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
Belly cancelled. I need to try one of these when I'm doing camera crew in Jacksonville. Alrighty then, here we go. This is going to be the 206 junior final here. Once again, a small but mighty class here. And we have seen some good racing from these drivers here today, and we are expecting more of the same. Homer He-Man, William Richard, Kason Batham, Jensen Wolf, and Hayden Ruggiero gonna go ahead and be your 5 karts in this battle. We go from the biggest class to the smallest class, but I think we're still gonna see some excellent action here in this one today. Once again, bringing you all the action here via Kart Chaser. It'll be Patrick Coleman alongside Brett Valdek as we go ahead and bring you all the action. We've had some good racing today here, Brett. And now, in the 206 Juniors, we're going to see even more.
Yeah, we keep saying it. These are some of probably maybe the future racers of tomorrow as they come down the front straightaway. And aerodynamics makes a difference here. You see some of them put their head down, and take a look at this battle for the lead between William Richard and Homer Hyman. He is in the 43 kart. Same drivers that we saw in the pre-final. They were the top 2, and they are picking up where they left off just about a few hours ago here in Cincinnati, as they're starting to get a little bit strung out, but I think it's good. This is a long race for them once again, 10 minutes plus 2 laps. So a lot of experience, a lot of patience needs to be used during this event. Yes, only 5 karts, but they can still learn a lot. Any kind of track time, any kind of laps around this facility is an education session for them. We'll see how it all shakes out as they're coming down the front straightaway once again here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Brad, because it builds that muscle memory and it builds that instinct, that intuition that only comes from experience, whether it's doing 1 lap or several laps, either by yourself or with other people. So I come in from the sim racing realm, and there's people that will go into time trial, go into like a practice, and just do laps by themselves, no competition, just themselves, their car, and the track. And even some people, even at K1, at the K1 I work at, when they get ready for our league nights and GPs, they will do the same thing. They will just come in by themselves and just practice. Practice makes perfect. It's a saying that is probably older than all these drivers in this category combined, and the addition of our ages here, Brett. But, I mean, it's a true saying. Practice makes perfect. And that only comes from experience and time, as Kason Batham and Jensen Wolf will trade positions.
Yeah, I was about to say they were side by side, so Jensen Wolf back to 4th. Kason Bathen back to the 3rd position, so that is a podium. And don't forget that we also have another round tomorrow, so maybe learn some things today, and then you can transfer it over to the same racetrack, same conditions for tomorrow, as the battle is still on for the 3rd and 4th position, as they're going to trade positions once again through these final sets of corners before the straightaway.
Yeah, we're going to see some excellent racing here between these two. Kason Bathen and Jensen Wolf are going to go side by side now, coming to the start line. You can see the quick check over the shoulder, and Jensen Wolf will get the position in the 22. Kason Bathen going to try it again. He's going to look for it. He's going to try. He's going to play Where's Waldo with where's to overtake, as Kason going to try it again. Won't be able to get by this time but they are fighting through the infield. And I mean, the infield is actually a surprisingly crucial section of the racetrack, because if you can get a good exit on the coming out of the infield, you can really just get a good run now down into Barcelona, and you can go for the move like Kason Bathen is. And Kason Bathen in the position. He will jump back up onto the podium. But look at Jensen Wolf trying to get the inside. And there's that awareness that practice will teach you. As Honer He-Man will go ahead and set the fastest lap now. Jensen Wolf across the line, and Kason Bathen trying to make a move again. And Kason Bathen does get the move in that lime green car. It's going to be tight. It's going to be so tight. But it is still going to be Bathen ahead of Wolf.
Yeah, those two, Bathen and Wolf, going back and forth with the positions multiple times that lap. And I keep mentioning about, the education. They're definitely learning a lot about, the best places to pass on this racetrack, how to set up a pass, how this draft works with some of these long straightaways, the back straightaway and the front straightaway here in Cincinnati, as they're continuing to go at it through these sections before the start-finish line. So I think they have evenly matched, these two have pretty evenly matched karts. Looks like they finally got it sorted out for now, but really putting on a show in the back of the pack. And as I say that, they're still not nose and tail. Looks like they still want to try and race here. So great action by these two young drivers in the back, as it doesn't look like either one of them is able to get a nose ahead of the other. They're kind of pretty evenly matched.
Very evenly matched between these two, and I mean, you love to see these young drivers really giving it their all here and just kind of showing what they're made of. And I mean, you can only go up from here if you're these drivers. So we're seeing them now at this early stage, but as they evolve as racing drivers, they're going to get more inventive, more creative, and they're going to get even stronger on the overtakes, like Kason Bathen getting another fantastic overtake. But Jensen Wolf, he's going to go ahead and show his fangs and get the retake on to Kason Bathen. Good battles here happening in the 206 juniors. And this isn't even for the lead, mind you. This is only for 3rd place, the final step of the podium. And speaking of podiums, there's also going to be a pig roast happening after the podium ceremony. So be sure to enjoy that if you are able to. Not gonna lie, I am pretty jealous, because that sounds pretty good, honestly. That beats the lunch I had.
Yeah, long day for these drivers, these teams, everyone at the racetrack. So great opportunity for them to enjoy some food after the race, as this battle still rages on between Wolf and Bathen. And the thing I like about it, as we mentioned, these are young drivers, is they've kept it clean. They haven't touched a wheel. They haven't gotten a wheel off the racetrack. They're still able to make these multiple passes, multiple swaps for 3rd and 4th between each other, multiple times per lap, as I mentioned, and they're keeping it clean. And also, we haven't mentioned this all day, but there's a lot of marbles on the racetrack with the amount of racing we've had today, and they've been able to keep it out of the marbles and make all these passes. So putting on a great show, these young drivers here in this division here, the Junior A Final.
Yeah, and I mean, that's another thing we're noting too, is that the marbles can really just upset the the grip of your cars. And what we mean by marbles, no, not, somebody didn't actually just put marbles all over the track, as it's going to be Kason Bouthon once again getting another retake here, as he just once again makes the move into Barcelona. What we mean by marbles is little bits of rubber, little pieces of tire rubber that just tend to come off in racing. I mean, it's a thing in all motorsports, and I mean, especially in oval racing, there's a bunch of them there. As Kason Bouthon will try to make it a move around the outside, a little bit of the curb for Jensen Wolf, and that will give the opportunity to Kason Bouthon to get another move. These guys are trading these positions back and forth. I mean, it's like heads or tails, seeing which driver will be ahead at the beginning of the next corner. It's excellent stuff here that we're seeing. It is allowing Homer Heeman, William Richard, to pull away from this one. It's really just allowing them to just do their own thing. But, I mean, hey, they're young, they're having fun, and they're putting on a mighty fine show here. And they're showing, like you said, excellent racecraft. Excellent racecraft from Jensen Wolf and Kason Bouthon. I mean, these drivers are going to be, they're going to be lightning when they get older and when they get into higher categories. Because that racecraft is something that it's hard to teach, really. I mean, you can tell them, hey, you know, don't crash into the next cart. But, I mean, easier said than done. And sometimes just keeping your nose clean and staying out of trouble can win you a race.
Yeah, and you mentioned briefly, you know, William Richard and Homer Hyman, they you're not missing anything up front, basically. William Richard remains our leader. This is still a great and fast battle on the racetrack. All the drivers are to get 2 laps to go coming across the line this time by, and the battle here for 3rd and 4th continues to rage on. I thought maybe by now, though, the tires would wear. One of the drivers maybe would get the edge, maybe be able to pull away, but it looks like Jensen Wolf has a little bit more speed on the straightaways, but then Kason Bouthon is able to catch back up on these corners, these infield sections, these technical parts of the racetrack.
It really seems like that's the case here, isn't it? So maybe it's a difference of setup or a difference of driving style, potentially. And I mean, because there's so many factors, and whoa, look at this. William Richard and Homer Heeman have actually caught up to each other now. So this is a battle for the race lead. And actually, Heeman is going to try now. They are really close. And look at this. Look how spoiled we are, Brett. 2 battles, and this entire podium could just get shuffled around like a deck of cards, as it is the white flag. 1 more lap to go. Homer Heeman now trying, maybe he's looking for an angle. He might go for the switchback. He's trying. You can see he's trying to get a nose in on to William Richard. And look at this battle still going on as well. Jensen Wolf and Kason Bouthon. Everybody pretty much fighting their own fight here, as now our race leaders are coming through the infield. And we do have this battle now making their own way to the infield. Jensen Wolf still ahead of Kason Bouthon now. Homer Heeman is about to get the pass. He's going to look for it. Going into Barcelona. Going for the switchback. They're not going to switch it back. But there's still a few more corners left to go. And it was a good effort for Homer Heeman. But unless he can get it across the line. And then look at this dive here. It's going to be Jensen Wolf ahead of Kason Bouthon. It'll be a drag race to the line. And William Richard will win here in the Euro 6 Junior Final. Homer Heeman will take second. And it looks like it is going to be a Jensen Wolf getting ahead of Kason Bouthon across the line to round out your podium, with Hayden Ruggiero taking P5. Homer Heeman fast lap a 57.934 to wrap up the race here. And what a race it was. Good battles up and down the field. And we saw a little bit of everything. William Richard ahead of Homer Heeman, Jensen Wolf, Kason Bouthon, and Hayden Ruggiero rounding out your field. When we come back, 206 seniors coming at you next.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today, we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of
Carts are rolling on track. It is now time for 206 seniors getting ready for their final here. We have had some fantastic finals here. We've had 3 fantastic finals and many more to go as they're slowing on down, getting into their respective tram lines. And green flag and away we go here in the 206 senior final. It's going to be a good run now. Going down into turn 1. It is going to be good, hard racing, making our way through the sectors. And we are going to just witness everything kicking up here. 11 cards on track at the moment. And they're going to fight tooth and nail. And they're going to throw everything at each other to try to get the maximum amount of points here in this race. We've had some excellent battles in the pre-final with this class. And I am expecting nothing less here in the final. It's already going to be a move for the lead. They're going to go wide, and it's going to be a move made through Barcelona. And that, I believe, is going to be, it's not Braden Heber. I think it's going to be Alex Zacusilo going to go and make his way across the line. And no, that is actually James Overbeck getting a move done. So James Overbeck in the lead, Henry Wheeler in the... He made a 3 position on that run. He's up in the 2nd with the fastest lap out of anybody so far. Will Wilkie in 3rd. And we are going to see just who can get it done. Henry Wheeler trying to make a move now. He's got the lead. Henry Wheeler has got some excellent pace. Somebody is under investigation. I'm not quite sure who at this stage. But it's going to be a run now down towards Mini Barcelona. And we're going to just see how these drivers go. Henry Wheeler ahead of James Overbeck, fighting for these positions, and they're going to give it their all. And we're going to see now, it's going to be a little bit of a train. 5 cars, top 5 in a little bit of a train here, just snaking their way through Barcelona. And they're going to come across the line. And it'll be Henry Wheeler ahead of James Overbeck, ahead of Will Wilkie, Alex Zacusilo, and Braden Heber. Top 5 with the number 8 cart of Braden Heber getting that fastest lap, a 56.946 to kick off the opening laps.
And I believe Henry Wheeler was the driver that was penalized in the pre-final. He was the quickest, and then had to be put back, I think it was 3 seconds. So not surprising that he is back out to the lead. Also not surprising, James Overbeck, who has a lot of laps at this racetrack, also in second position. But these guys really picking up where they left off in the pre-final. This is really very, very, very similar to what we saw in the pre-final. The top 5 carts broke away. Then they really scrapped it up towards the end, the last 2 laps, and put together a great finish, as it looks like James Overbeck is going to duck out of line and try to take the lead as they go down into this sharp corner there. And it looks like, yes, James Overbeck able to take the lead there. And Henry Wheeler actually may drop back to 3rd, possibly. They're gaining up behind him, but no, he drops back into line, so everyone goes back to single file for this lead group here. And again, that's the top 5 as they are snaking their way through the infield section, coming up the hill and going down the back straightaway, back down the hill before they get into that little Barcelona section right here.
Yeah, and so I think the driver who was under investigation was Adler Klein in the number 33. He has been given a warning for avoidable contact, but no penalty. So as of now, no penalty for the number 33. As Overbeck does take the lead ahead of Henry Wheeler. And yeah, Adler Klein does get that warning, which, I mean, sometimes bumping happens. Contact is just a part of the sport. I mean, generally it is a non-contact sport, but things happen. The old saying, rubbing is racing. Just try to keep it to a minimum. As we're seeing a few more positions being swapped around here like Pokemon cards. As it is going to be William Spector to Tanner Gorman towards the back of the field. But back up here at the front, it's going to be Henry Wheeler right up on the bumper of James Overbeck. So they are pretty much nose to tail with Will Wilkin, Alex Zacuzillo trying to fight there with Brady Hebert there as well. Look at this, it's going to be a move potentially on the outside for Henry Wheeler getting into the lead of this one. He does have the lead, and there's going to be a bit of a slipstream there for Will Wilkie. And Overbeck drops down to 4th. Zacuzillo is still in P3. He jumps up to P3 now.
Oh!
But look at this. Oh, off the track. A little bit of a shove into the grass. And I think that was Zacuzillo who was involved in that one. He's going to lose even more spots. I think even a bit more contact coming through. So it has just been a tricky one in the last couple of corners. Here for Alex Zacuzillo. I think that was the driver who started dropping well down the order after a little bit of a touch on the grass. Maybe got forced off there. We'll have to see what the stewards decide. But it is still Henry Wheeler ahead of Will Wilkie, ahead of James Overbeck, ahead of Braden Heber, your top 4.
Yeah, we know throughout the day, throughout the morning, that race officials have been very serious about following the rules. They haven't been holding back on anything, so obviously they're going to take a look at that. It looks like there was contact between 2 of the drivers there. It could have been a lot worse, though. They went off in the grass, and able to get back on the track cleanly, so that could have been major problems, especially once we saw that additional contact farther down the racetrack. But everyone remains on the track as we speak. As the battle continues, we have 2 distinct packs now, the front 4 and then I believe 4th or 5th, excuse me, through 8th. There's the front 4 there, and then 5th through 8th behind them. Now, obviously, what this second pack is hoping is that the first group starts dicing it up so they can catch back up. But what's not going to help is the fact that they are racing intensely in that second group, as now everyone comes down this straightaway. As you can see, the gap between 1st through 4th, 5th through 8th, as they're still side by side here in the second group.
And another update to bring to everybody. It is going to be James Overbeck, 3-second time penalty. Alex Zacuzillo, 3-second time penalty as well. So they are just handing out a handful of penalties here. So 2 drivers, the 9.5 and the 48, avoidable contact, 3-second time penalty. So I think they were both considered at fault on that one. So that's going to be That's going to be rough for Overbeck and Zacrusillo. And that's unfortunate because they were having a decent race and then that contact happened. So the stewards have been tough, but the stewards have been fair as well. They're following the rules as they should. Because, I mean, you know, you hear a lot in motorsports, people say about stewarding consistency being tricky. Well, definitely not going to be a complaint here this time around. As the stewards are doing, I mean, they are on top of it. They are wasting no time, and you love to see it. Just like you love to see the battle between Adler Klein and Alex Zacrusillo battling it out for a position here. Battling for the last spot in the top 5 on the racetrack. Zacrusillo trying to make the move now, going into the infield. We haven't seen too many moves being made into the infield, and there is one of them. Very nicely done from the 955.
So we're being told that the penalty for James Overbeck was the initial contact, and then the 955 for Zacrusillo, that was for the contact after he regained control, went back onto the racetrack, and saw there was that additional contact in the very next corner. So that's what that penalty was for. But you mentioned it, Patrick. Race control not holding back. They're really, you know, following the rules, like you mentioned. As you can see, we've had some developments with Henry Wheeler and James Overbeck. They've been able to break away from Will Wilkie and Braden Heber in 3rd and 4th. Now, Overbeck, I'm assuming does not know he has that 3-second penalty, but his only saving grace now is if he stays in this 1st and 2nd, and looking at the timing and scored right now, he'd go back to 4th or 5th. Depending on how it shakes out with the timing when they go across the line, he could still be in the top 5, but obviously it'd be a heartbreaker if he actually crosses the line at 1st and then is set back in the field. As you can see, there is that battle for 3rd and 4th. You can see the distance between these two distinct drivers, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, as they come down the straightaway. This will be the 3 to go signal as we are finishing up this race here, but really this is the battle back here. 5th through 8th continues to heat up.
Yeah, we're seeing some tightly knit battles, and yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate with those 3-second time penalties. They are just so rough. And I mean, it's heartbreaking too, because I mean, there's a protest for him, right? But I mean, otherwise, there's no way to really just kind of reset it, and you can't really unless you somehow just gain an extra 10 horsepower, you're not going to be able to build a 3-second gap. I mean, hey, if you battle like this, now that's one way to lose a 3-second gap. This is a glorious fight here. This is for the lead, as it's going to be Henry Wheeler just going up the inside, coming around the last corner, onto the straight. It'll be 2 to go when they cross the line. And there we go. They even touch wheels. They touch wheels a bit. James Overbeck and Henry Wheeler, they do have a little bit of a slight bump. It's nothing major, but I mean, it just shows you how fiercely competitive these drivers are. Overbeck now gonna try to hold on and try to get the win over Henry Wheeler until the penalty kicks in, the 3-second time penalty, which as of now will drop him to about 4th or 5th. It won't drop him any lower than 4th, I don't think. But here we go. It's going to be a move now.
This battling has brought in, oh, and he's in the grass. This battling has brought in Will Wilkie and Braden Heber in 3rd and 4th. And as we're coming to the white flag, it is 4 drivers. Any one of them could come away with the win as they're coming down the straightaway to get that white flag. Let's see what happens here as they're now on the last lap, and the defensive lines are being taken here in each and every corner.
Yeah, they are trying here. I mean, this is the last lap for them of the day. So, I mean, they're going to have to really just fight tooth and nail. And they will hold on to with every fiber of their being to try to get this one across the line. And I mean, we're seeing these massive battles as they come through the infield. And they're going to try now. Look at Overbeck trying to get a move. Oh, that was a nice dive. I don't think there's contact between the two, but Henry Wheeler, he's got the gap now because of the battling behind. And Henry Wheeler is heading onto the main straight now on the X in the Mini Barcelona. He will come to the line, and Henry Wheeler wins the 206 Senior Final over Beck across the line in second, Will Wilkie in third, Brandon Heber in fourth, Alex Zacusillo in fifth, Adler Klein P6, Addison Ionello 7th, Jacob Schiabel in P8, Tanner Gorman, William Specht, and Troy Hart rounding out your 11 drivers on the grid. Next up, 206 Cadets and their final coming at you soon.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. And today we're doing some upper back movements. Here we go. Exercise number 1 today we're doing is the reverse grip lat pull down. This exercise movement is one of my favorites because it works your grip strength, your biceps, and most importantly, works that lat area that also protects those ribs in the seat. Exercise number 2 today, the dumbbell chest supported row. Don't forget, good stretch at the bottom, and bring them right to your hips like that, keeping your back nice and arched, shoulders back. Think about having good posture in the cart. Exercise number 3, the inverted Smith machine rows. Grip strength, back strength, overall amazing workout. Thanks again for joining me on another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. Race ready training that carries into real life.
Gee.
Alrighty, everybody, here we go. It is time for the 206 Cadet Final. And it is green flag, and away we go. Good battles already happening here. They're trying to fight it off on the start, trying to build up momentum early. And it's going to be a good one. Oh, somebody might have been off there. I don't think so. Oh, maybe. I'm not sure. There is an umbrella blocking my view, and yeah, there is a cart off there. So there is a cart off right there, and we'll see which cart it is here in a moment. Might have been due to some contact, and that is that cart has seen better days. I believe that is Weston Davis and Roderick Neal having a moment a bit earlier on. And we're going to just see how the rest of the field shakes through. I think that might be the night done. And, yep, a warning for Roderick Neal for tramline violations. And we'll have to see what happened there between Weston Davis and Roderick Neal as they come across the line. Sam Hornish did lose the position off the jump to Harrison Bell, excuse me. Wyatt Huntsbarger going to go ahead and jump up into third. So, a bit of a dramatic starter to 206 Cadets. A little bit of contact, a few carts off the track, and some carts, their day is done early.
As they're continuing to race on here, that was probably, I think, one of the larger incidents that we've seen of the day as we rejoin the front half of our field. Bell, Hornish picking up where they left off in the pre-final earlier. They really put on a show earlier this afternoon, late this morning, passing each other, I think, multiple times per lap, as they're still kind of doing the same thing here. They do have the 33 not too far behind them, so they can't really start dicing it up too much, or they're going to bring in a third kart to do this lead battle. But obviously, Bell and Hornish are the drivers to beat here in this class so far this weekend, at least here today. We'll see if that stays true as they all return to the racetrack tomorrow for the next round of competition.
That's a nice thing. It's kind of a blessing and a curse, really, with these doubleheaders, right? Because, yeah, you don't have to wait super long at all, but, I mean, that doesn't give you a whole lot of time to make any necessary repairs either, so. But, I mean, I think both karts are able to come back on to track, and they're going to continue running as Sam Hornish and Harrison Bell are going to just absolutely just battle it out tooth and nail as they continue to fight. Both have separated now as they have pulled a second away from Wyatt Huntsberger in number 33 in P3. As we see now, Sam Hornish trying to find a move, trying to find some way around, as they will fight for every single point that they can get. These are two out of our top 3 contenders in this championship for the cadets.
Yeah, like I mentioned, they're putting on a good show again. Again with the cadets, just like we saw with the previous class of drivers in their final earlier this afternoon. That was the juniors. They obviously learn a lot, and same thing with these cadets in this final. They're learning a lot as well. So good to see Bell Hornish up there. You can look farther in the back of the field there. I believe this would be, I think this is 5th, 6th, and 7th on the racetrack. Right, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Oh, a little wide there. Almost disastrous there. I believe that was Cadet Tracy. Got a little bit squirrely there. Able to save it again. Another educational moment for these young drivers, just how hard you can push it in these conditions. As we mentioned earlier, with marbles on the racetrack, sun beating down all day, hot tires. It's a great learning experience for all of these drivers.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. It is a learning experience, and these are on average, the youngest drivers on the field. And another wide moment there. That car looks very twitchy on the rears, just coming through, and that's Carter Beard's kart, the number 71. Oh no, excuse me, that's Caden Tracy's kart, the 105, looking a little twitchy on corner exit. And sometimes if your kart doesn't have the rear stability, then it's gonna be a tough day in the office. As Caden Tracy tries to find the move in the 105 to get one on to Carter Beard. This is the battle for 4th, and they're gonna continue just to battle out. And Roderick Neal into the responsibility. Lap 1, turn 1, a 5-second time penalty for the number 22. That was the contact between himself and Weston Davis earlier on. So that's when we saw those two karts have their big kerfuffle earlier on. And oh, you can even see the damage on that kart. That kart has definitely seen a better days. And yeah, that kart's it's been through the ringer.
Let's say there was a large dent on the front of the bumper there, as we're still seeing the battle back here for 4th, 5th, and 6th. I think this is right now the best battle that we have on the racetrack. That is a 71 in 4th of Carter Beard. And you can see they're still kind of taking different lines in the corners there down the straightaway, see what kind of advantage they can get, what kind of run they can get, especially through this infield section. As you see, it looks like they're all trying to set up a pass to try to get around Carter Beard, but Carter doing well holding these two other drivers at bay for the time being as they're going through this infield section. And we'll see them come up the hill, down the hill, and then into those final sets of corners before the start-finish line. Oh my goodness, looks like one of them went off into the dirt, and you can just see the momentum that you lose by getting off in the dirt there, and that's really strung out this race for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Wasn't able to see what exactly happened there, if there was contact or just a mistake in the corner there.
I think it was more, at least from the little bit I saw, I think it was more the latter. I think it was just running a tad too wide, although I see a bit of a dent on the front of Carter Beard's kart, so maybe there was contact. Just a slight dent in the front of Carter Beard's kart. So, very slight, but I feel like that might be our explanation. We'll see if that was really the case or that was just something sustained from earlier that we haven't seen. And oh, that looked like another moment there for Caden Tracy, who looks like it just doesn't quite have the kart under them to really make the most of the race here. Just looks extremely twitchy on exit, and Harrison Bell is starting to pull out a mighty gap to Sam Hornish. Not what we're expecting here, considering how much these guys just absolutely just gave each other a hard time in the 206. I almost said 206 sprint, the 206 pre-final.
Yeah, you have to wonder if this is a product of, this is a much longer race than the pre-final, so is the handling going away on Sam Hornish's race cart there? There's the gap there for those of you watching at home on KartPlex. That's clearly the largest gap we've seen in this division all day. Now, it's not over. Obviously, you know, Sam Hornish could find something, and I think you can tell he's trying everything. I'm interested to see when they come across the line here if the gap has widened or if it has closed. And our answer is it closed, I think, slightly, but it really stayed the same. So Sam Hornish not losing a lot. It's going to need to find something in these final, I think, 4 laps we're going to have here.
Yeah, we'll have to see when they cross the line. I think it's gonna be tight. It's gonna be about 4 laps if we count this lap. I think it'll be 3 to go, depending on how or when they cross the line. As drivers are still just trying to fight their way through. And look at this, here comes the move. And I believe that's actually lapped traffic getting overtaken there. And so our 2 race leaders are just cutting through traffic. Traffic can be a factor. The age-old saying in endurance racing, traffic giveth and traffic can taketh away, is not common in karting, but it does happen on occasion. I've seen it happen a few times at my local go-kart track. There'll be a race for a position, and somebody who is getting lapped just either, most times it's unintentional, but unintentionally blocks the leader, and that just kind of changes the whole dynamic of the race. So that didn't happen here this race. There is traffic, but it didn't seem to affect anything, as it is 3 laps to go, 2 laps to go when it crossed the line.
Yeah, it looks like the gap between Bell and Hornish extended slightly there. So really, if Bell puts a wheel off, which we've seen a number of drivers, or a couple of drivers, I should say, do that in this race, Bell puts a wheel off, that will give Hornish a chance, but I think that's really the only hope that Hornish has, unless he's able to find some sort of something different, some big speed in these final laps. You can see the head down there on the straightaway, just trying anything to close the gap, and it widened slightly again there. So we'll see how this shakes out. But if you're Bell, you don't want to overdrive the final 2 laps here, because you do have that nice gap, and I'm sure he looks behind him and saw the gap that he has over Hornish here. So looking at the track map, the best battle, I mean, everyone's pretty much spread out now, Patrick. So I think unless anything major happens, this is the battle we're going to have is what we're seeing on our screen right now.
Yeah, so this is going to be pretty much, very likely how this race is going to end up. So as the drivers will make their way on through. Yeah, everybody's spread out by at least a couple of seconds per person, so the closest gap is Hornish and Bell, but even then it's about a 1.7 second gap. And it'll be a white flag now, final lap here of the 206 Cadet Final, and then we go to our only grid start in the finals, being the Pro and Junior Shifter Final. That'll be the next one, but as of right now, it is the final lap of the 206 Cadet Final, and what a final it has been. It started in dramatic fashion, but ended up being a pretty mellow race for the most part after that. We had some good battles, some on-track moments, but nothing could disrupt Harrison Bell. He will ring that victory bell as he gets ready to come across the line, coming through Mini Barcelona for one last time. Championship leader Harrison Bell will take the victory here in 206 Cadets. Harrison Bell wins the 206 Cadet Final here in round number 7, and he'll take fastest out to boot. Sam Hornish in second place, and it's going to be Wyatt Huntsbarger in P3, and Finn Brown P4, Caden Tracy P5, Carter Beard P6, Weston Davis P7, and Roderick Neal P8. And that will round out your field here in the 206 Cadets, as the last couple of drivers will make their way across the line here. So once again, here are your results. Harrison Bell ahead of Sam Hornish, Wyatt Huntsbarger, Finn Brown, Caden Tracy, Carter Beard, Roderick Neal, and Weston Davis will actually swap positions on the final lap. And that is 206 Cadets done, dusted, and delivered. Next up, 206 Shifter and Junior Shifter coming at you shortly.
Gee, looks like we're missing an engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You're gonna make weight. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, KartClass has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft, and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
From the garage to the grid, Acceleration Kart Racing is your one-stop shop for karting. Engines, parts, safety gear, tools, and more from the brands you trust. Everything you need for race day starts at shopakr.com.
All right, and here we go. It's going to be a grid start here for the Pro and Junior Shifter Final. They're lined up on the grid, the only grid stars that we have here in the entirety of the weekend, and it's already racing here. We have already gone green, and it was a great getaway from the lead driver. I believe that was Doug Duff, who had a fantastic start, and he has just already leapt away from the field. And there is so much that goes into getting a good start with these shifter karts. And I mean, if you can get that good launch, then you just rocket off the line. And it's going to be a good run here. And I mean, look at that gap already forming. I mean, you got several kart lines there. I mean, you can probably fit a few Honks between those cars at the moment, making their way through mini Barcelona. And just once again, a beautiful getaway. Homer He-Man actually under investigation, a little bit of a touch in the grass there. So the 43 Homer He-Man under investigation for a jump start. And there we go. Doug Duff got a good launch off the line. Homer He-Man also, he's under investigation though for a jump start, which sometimes those are kind of a slam dunk. We'll have to see how the stewards favor that one, as Robert Lash will try to get a move done on to Homer He-Man. And this is going to be just a great fight, but these drivers absolutely giving it their all, trying to find every ounce of pace. But Doug Duff, with that great start, is going to be a tough one to catch.
Yeah, Doug Duff had a very similar start back in the pre-final this morning, so not really surprised to see what happened there. And also in the pre-final this morning, I think we had another driver this morning that was also jumping the start. So these shifter starts can be difficult, as I mentioned previously, for drivers that maybe are new to this division or have not gotten a lot of starts like what we just saw. And what it's done is it's pretty much spread the field out, except for Doug Duff. He's the one that's really spread out. But there's the battle. You can see farther in the back of the pack. 2nd through 6th are pretty much just kind of covered up there. They're more spread out now, but the best battle I think is right here. This is 4th, 5th, and 6th on the racetrack. And it looks like they finally got it sorted out. And they're going to come down, and we have a warning, it looks like. I think, or is that the same warning from before? But,
So that is the result of the investigation.
Okay, got you. So no changes there as Doug Duff continues to have the best speed in his class, 8.078 early on in this event. And he's going to, I think, really going to have something catastrophic happen. He's really in a zip code of his own. You can see the gap in the distance there.
Yeah, I mean, exactly that. I mean, he's already racing it on Sunday. He's ready to do a Sunday qual with the amount of the gap he's got here at this stage. Homer He-Man, though, will try to hold on the gap in his class. Jeff Carroll will try to get closer to his in-class rival of Doug Duff. Coming across the line now just to see how the time set up. Is there any new fastest laps? Nope, it is still Doug Duff and Homer He-Man with the fast laps in their respective classes. And there we go, more battles. This is going to be a bit of a close one, as this is going to be, I think Jeff Carroll actually might have got ahead of Robert Lash there, I think. No, not yet. There's going to be some battling happening here. As actually that's Kai Park trying to go ahead and try to fight Jeff Carroll there. So there is senior and junior shifter battles happening. Just a bit further down the field as they will make their way through mini Barcelona now. It'll be a good exit there from that car that is in 3rd, as they're going to go and make their way through. Good corner exit. Jeff Carroll now ahead of Kai Park and Drake Williamson, and the between 4th, 5th, and 6th. They're going to get pretty intense, but we'll have to see if the fire that is in these younger drivers can match the experience of the pros.
Yeah, I love watching these shifter carts go through these corners. They really, especially the mini Barcelona that you call it before the start-finish line, they really sling it around these corners quite well, and it just looks like they have just a little bit more grip. But just look how they're slinging it around those corners there. They just look so much faster. I mean, the speeds, I mean, they're in the 49-second range, so they are faster, but they're really flying around this racetrack here today. And you can see with our cameras down the front straightaway, the gaps that we have. And here's this battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th that we keep talking about. This is kind of the best race on the racetrack at the moment. It seems like kind of what we saw in one of the other divisions. Some of the drivers are a lot more speed, or have a lot more speed, I should say, down these straighter portions of the racetrack. But then when you get into these corners and these really aggressive areas of the racetrack, that's where they kind of coordinate back together.
Yeah, and I mean, another thing about it too is that with these shifter carts having multiple gears, you have to take the corners differently than you would in a traditional kart.
Oh.
Because traditional carts have one gear and no! That's one of the drivers off. Oh, that is heartbreaking. I think that's Kai Park that's off. That's the number 28. Kai Park, and just disappointed. He's throwing off the gloves, and that is absolute heartbreak. You got to feel for the young driver of Kai Park. Just unfortunate there, and that is his day done and dusted. But the best thing he can do in this case, they can reset, make sure the cart's okay, reset, and give it another go tomorrow. Because there is always tomorrow. And you can have a brand new day, a brand new set of challenges, and a brand new opportunity to make your mark.
I wasn't quite sure what happened there. It kind of happened towards the back of our screen. If it was a mechanical, it looked like it got loose, and maybe I don't know what kind of mechanical issue may have caused that. But we saw the frustration, though. Obviously, Kai Park wants every lap you can get on this racetrack, and
actually, real quick, I think that actually might have been Drake Williamson with the issue.
Okay, Drake Williamson. Yeah, Drake Williamson wanted every lap on the track he could get, and we saw that frustration there. But the race, obviously, as always, goes on with his kart sitting in the infield. They're going to have to come get that after this event. But Doug Duff still in the lead. I want to see what the gap is. It's 2.5 seconds right now. Obviously, different division beat him, but I want to see if it closes at all. Actually, Homer Hyman closed it a little bit. I think 0.2 of a second that lap. So don't know if he has enough time though. We have 2 minutes left plus 2 laps. But here again, here's that battle back of the pack between I think that's Kai Park and Robert Lash, I believe. Or no, I'm sorry, Kai Park and Jeff Carroll battling here in the back part of the field.
Yeah, so I mean, these drivers are now at the back of the field after Drake Williamson's unfortunate retirement. So they're going to continue to move along here, as this is going to be the biggest battle on track at the moment. Jeff Carroll, Drake Williamson fighting it out. Doug Duff just once again showing that he is the class of the field right now, just putting in pretty good time. He did gain just about a 10th and a half, a little under a 10th and a half on Homer Heeman that last round. So the field is starting to start quite a bit here. And I mean, more and more people are just trying to find an opportunity to close in the gap. But I mean, you also almost want to consider just trying to save any kind of resource, any kind of energy for tomorrow, because you have to do this all again tomorrow as well.
Yeah, tomorrow another long day. Today a long day as well, but I think it's round 7 in today, round 8 tomorrow. And as we mentioned earlier, this is kind of towards the back half of the season. We're already almost in September. The season will come to an end soon. two different things about karting is, you know, obviously weather, but then kids back in school, so, you know, other sports, so sometimes the racing season has to come to an early end here in the fall for some of these kart racers, especially those that are younger. But, you know, you can get as we're winding down the summer months here, and that's exactly what Doug Duff is doing right now in the 100 vehicle, going around these corners here. It looks like, I thought maybe the gap closed a little.
We'll see. So, okay, Homer He-Man did gain. He gained about 87 milliseconds this lap, but the lap prior he gained about 0.4 of a second. So the gap is closing a little bit, but not a whole lot. And yeah, the last official round is actually Kart-O-Ween happening on October 25th or 23rd to the 25th. That is going to be the last round of the season, rounds 11 and 12. So that's going to be a fantastic round here. As there's only, I think, 2 more rounds after this, 2 more days. Yeah, so October 2nd, 3 more rounds. There's round 9 on September 4th and 5th, round 10 on October 2nd and 3rd, and then October 23rd to the 25th will be the last 2 rounds of the season. Last lap here on the day for these drivers here in the shifters. One of my personal favorite classes here because they're so mechanically unique in comparison to all the other karts here. So it's going to be one more run coming through as Doug Duff will make his way down the hill running towards Barcelona for the last time. And he's going to go ahead and make his way through. And he does have home, or I think that's actually a laps kart potentially there as he makes his way to the line. And it is going to be Doug Duff taking the victory, taking the checkered flag ahead of Homer He-Man, who will win in the shifter junior category. Robert Lash coming home in P3. Then it'll be Kai Bard and Jeff Carroll, with Drake Williamson just being the only driver to not go ahead and finish off the race. So there's your top 6 now. When we come back, we are down to the final 4 races of the day. It is KA 100 Master and Super Master, followed by Mini Micro Swift KA Junior, and we're rounding things off with the KA 100 Pro-Am. We'll be back here in a moment, folks. Don't go anywhere. Copy. Alrighty, everybody, and welcome on back. KA 100 Master and Super Masters. We have 4 more to go, and this one's going to be a fun one. KA 100 Masters and Super Masters coming up to the line. It was Kutcher dominance earlier on. Is it going to be the same again? We'll find out as we are racing here in MCC in the KA 100 Master and Super Master Final. The two Kutchers do lead ahead of Gerard Tracy, Ethan Bocono. And then you do have your Supermasters of Damian Jennings, Greg Leahy, and Neil Hamilton. Joey Newsell, who did, I believe, have a penalty last time around, ahead of Corey Curry at the moment. So they're going to make their way now down into Barcelona. And it's going to be a good run here. The two Kutcher brothers trying to find their footing and try to build a gap early, as Gerard Tracy will try to stick through the bag of these two drivers, as now they make their way through onto the start-finish line, and they're going to go ahead and set the ultimate start laps. Chris Kutcher ahead of Andy Kutcher, and then it's going to be Damian Jennings getting the fastest lap for the Supermasters, and that's a card off the track.
The brothers got together.
Yeah, I think that's the brothers.
They that was amazing. He got air and I think able to continue on, but that is not what we were expecting to see at all. That is the, or I believe that may have been, yeah, that's the 206 on my screen maybe instead. We'll have to see when they come back around what the scoring is, but there was definitely contact there, and one driver went off up in the air and into the grass. I think everyone was able to continue. We're going to wait for timing and scoring here to see where the Kutcher brothers dropped back to. And it was the Kutcher that, Chris Kutcher, that went off, and I believe it was the brothers that made contact. Again, we were not expecting that. I was about to say, who's going to split up these two brothers because they were the class of the field, and now look, we have a whole different type of event with a lot of new names here up at the top 3.
It's crazy how fast things can really just change, isn't it, here, Brett? I mean, everything just changes like that. At a snap of a finger, you can just totally upend this entire field. So Gerard Tracy now with the fastest lap in class, and Chris Kutcher is under investigation. So he might have a penalty coming his way, as Gerard Tracy is going to go on. Ethan Bocono in second. Damian Jennings will round out the podiums. And Andy Kutcher fastest lap though. So he gained about 0.6 of a second on the Greg Leahy. And Chris Kutcher already made up some positions on Hamilton and Curry. And they're going to continue to make their way on through. Look tight. This battle is between P2 to P4. And a penalty has been applied. A 5-second time penalty for Chris Kutcher. 5-second time penalty for, it says on our end, IR, but I'm assuming that's probably for that contact earlier on with what we assume was contact with his brother. So, unfortunate there. And wow, we have just seen absolute catastrophe in this one.
And Andy's up to third now in the 296, so the contact doesn't appear to have hurt his kart. Now, it looks like maybe he feels like also he has something to prove and wants to kick up into that lead. We know how strong that kart is based off of our qualifying results earlier this morning and the pre-final. Plenty of time to get up to the lead though. He's let's see, about 1.3 seconds behind, and we've still got a long way to go, not even halfway over in this race, and there he goes for second position. Could get this lead though in a matter of laps, so what a comeback even with that contact. Looks like able to regain composure, regain that speed, and will be in contention for the win here.
And that he will be. I mean, he's pretty much, I mean, that's why these these Kutcher brothers are just so terrifying on track. Even though they made contact and they fell to the back of the field, they've already fought their way back up. Andy has already fought his way back up, and he's knocking on the door, potentially still grabbing a race win. His brother got the penalty, not him. And coming back to a point we talked about hours ago, you think this is going to get brought up at Thanksgiving or Christmas?
Yeah.
Or any other holiday that they celebrate?
You have to wonder what happened there, because obviously they didn't want to make contact. So, I mean, they're going to make, they're more, speaking of contact, we had a contact there and a driver off. That is the, oh my, so from bad to worse. Just the frustration. You could see throwing the gloves down into the cart. So Chris Kutcher, I mean, went from bad to worse. Yes, that was him dropping to the bottom of the field. So that was the driver we thought was going to win this race, be in contention. And like you mentioned, how fast things can change. What a horrible race, but got to regather his composure and focus on tomorrow, as now his brother is going for the lead here. So a tale of two races for the two brothers.
Yeah, I mean, just unfortunate there is, they're bringing that car. They got the car over the barrier, so that should be all right. So thankfully he's okay, and he just seems more frustrated than anything. Because, I mean, we know how easy it is to get injured in this motorsport world, and no injuries, not even a hint of an injury there. So that's always the most important thing, right? I mean, it's easier to lose a position versus, lose a little bit of health with an injury. So good to see that he's okay and getting up under his own power. Although that wasn't any major crash, so just more frustrated. It was kind of weird because it didn't look like he made contact. I think I initially said it was contact, but it looked like Kart just kind of conked out on him there.
And you have to wonder what kind of previous damage he may have had from the initial contact at the beginning of the race, because his car got air and he went off in the grass. So any more additional contact, if anything was loose or anything already broken, just kind of really sent that car to basically to the garage, but now in the infield, since we don't have yellow flags here. But what a comeback for his brother, Andy Kuchar, in the 296. He not only has taken the lead, but he's extended the lead by over a second already. Now, keep in mind, he was behind the leader by, I think, over 2 seconds after the initial contact. So clearly, speed in the 296, the battle's probably going to be here. There's that gap. Really, the top two are spaced out. The battle's for third through fifth here. That's what you see on your screen right now.
Good fights coming through here as well. We're seeing mostly just a battle of attrition right now, and just mostly drivers just trying to survive and just trying to build those gaps up or try to narrow those gaps depending on what side of the spectrum they're on. As Greg Leahy did get a new fastest lap, and I believe, okay, so that's just a new fast lap. Andy Kuchar, though, on lap 6 set a new track record for his class. So not only did he come back from contact, not only did he come into the lead of the race, he got a record while he was at it. I mean, a tale of two cities for the Kuchar brothers, that's for certain. As now we do have a bit of a three-way fight kind of forming here for the podium. Ethan Bocono, Damian Jennings, and Greg Leahy all battling it out. Damian Jennings and Greg Leahy will be battling for the lead of the Supermasters category. So that's going to be a good fun fight indeed, as that's going to be just even more just rapid pace from the number 296. So some good battling there. Neil Hamilton crossed the line ahead of Joey Newsel. And so we got 1 minute left plus 2 laps. So depending on when they cross the line, it should be about 3 laps left in this race here for the KA Master and Super Masters. And then we only have 3 more races to go here on the day. Up next will be the Mini and Micro Swifts. Those are always extremely fun to watch. They had some good battles earlier. KA 100 Junior and the KA 100 Pro-Am will be the last two classes after our next class of the mini and micro Swifts. So just to kind of give you an idea of the raw pace of Andy Kutcher at the moment, he just put 6.76 tenths of a second, so nearly 3/4 of a second, on the Gerard Tracy on the last lap alone.
Yeah, well over half a second quicker than the rest of the field. And just looking at the tracker, there's that gap there that continues to grow. Just that the whole field is really strung out. Not surprising with just the amount of action we've seen and just how long this race is as they're coming down now. At least Andy Kuchar is in the 296, coming down to get the 2 laps to go. And obviously, what a comeback story, because I really thought maybe he was going to be out of it after that contact. I didn't think he was going to be able to overcome that gap if there was damage to his car, especially. But obviously proved to be wrong. And this is the battle we have on the racetrack. That's the 4th and 5th, I believe. That is the 275 of Damian Jennings and Greg Leahy. Again, best battle on the racetrack. We'll see if any positions change in these final 2 laps. It looks like a third kart now. They're joining with a third kart to make it a 3-way battle for, I think, a podium position.
Yeah, this could very well and truly be the fight for the podium here, as it'll be the final lap this time by. So we'll see. We know Andy Kutcher is more than likely going to win, bar a random mechanical failure to happen. Gerard Tracy now and Ethan Bocono ahead of Damian Jennings, and these guys are going to fight. Greg Leahy does get the pass for the class lead. This is for the Supermaster lead.
Oh!
The 425, and there's contact, but they
there.
still keep facing the right direction. They still keep facing the right direction. How? That's beyond me, but hey, we do not complain. We get to witness good, hard racing action. And now Andy Kutcher making his way. He went from coast to coast to coast. He started at the top, went back down, went up. And he will take victory here with a track record to boot. Andy Kutcher wins the KA 100 Master Final here in Batavia. And what a maneuver it was. What a good way to get through the field. And Greg Leahy will get the win in the KA 100 Supermaster Final. What a race. Good battles, and there's still 3 more to go. Your final results here on today. It is going to be Andy Kutcher ahead of Gerard Tracy, Ethan Bocono, Greg Leahy, Damian Jennings, Neil Hamilton, Joey Newsel, and Corey Curry. Rounding out your top finishers, and Chris Kutcher had the contact and was out of the race a couple laps later. Next up, Mini and Micro Swift, our third to last final of the night. We'll be back.
You ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overback on start number 2 gets win #1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Alrighty, everybody. It is time for the Mini Swift and the Micro Swift. Another small but mighty field to get ready to rock and roll here for 10 minutes plus 2 laps of competition action here as they make their way through Barcelona. And this is going to be a beautiful run here with these youngins. They're going to go ahead and show us exactly what they're made of. And they are going to prove that they are the stars of the future. Future greats, future champions right here. And they're going to show us exactly what they got. 2 minis, 2 micros, 10 minutes plus 2 laps, 2 tram lines, and too much fun ready to be had here. As, oh, that might be a bit of a tramline violation, but we go anyways. They're already going very nicely there and already getting aggressive. Min Lewis and Sam Hornish have had some battles here today. And I mean, Min Lewis just put on a mighty fine performance earlier on. Brogan ran had a bit of a tough time in the pre-final earlier, but he will go ahead and continue to start. And yeah, tramline investigation for Min Lewis. That one, at least from the camera shot we had, I think that was definitely a bit of a slam dunk there as they make their way through. Lap 1 is about to be done, and we'll see where everything settles. We'll have to keep you guys updated on everything that happens here as they're going to come through this corner now, and it'll be Min Lewis under investigation, but I think he will go ahead and hold on to the position. Never mind, Sam Hornish did get the pass done, and we'll have to see just how the rest of this one shakes out here.
Yeah, and you may remember in the pre-final, this is the smallest field, but we had the closest finish of the day. I believe it was 0.02 of a second at the line between these two drivers that you see up front. Actually, we had 2 battles in between, so it was the 2 drivers up front, Hornish and Lewis, and then Ren and Hyman in 3rd and 4th also had a battle of their own. So yes, we only have 4 karts on the racetrack, but it was our closest finish of the day, and really pretty much an exciting one, and they're kind of shaping up to do the same thing here. You can see Hornish and Lewis. Oh, actually, there's a penalty, though, so that will be 3 seconds. So that kind of takes the window out of our sails, hoping for another photo finish. But they're still going to battle up front there. As you can see, they're going to swap the lead there going into that second corner.
Yeah, and I mean, here's the thing about this one too, Brett, is that, I mean, I kind of knew that one was going to be a penalty. I mean, you could just see the chop straight across the tram line before we even hit the green. So you got to stay in those tram lines all the way until you see that green square. But I mean, it's racing. These drivers are young. They can learn, and they are aggressive. But hey, they won't know that there's a penalty for Min Lewis. So in their eyes, there is no penalty. So they're going to pretty much fight each other like prime Muhammad Ali versus prime Mike Tyson. They are going to absolutely slug it out here. Coming across the line, Min Lewis ahead of Sam Hornish. 3-second time penalty, but I mean, they're going to pay no mind to it. I mean, Min Lewis is already about 4 seconds ahead, so he'd really only lose a spot to Sam.
Yeah, and as we talked about, you know, so much of a learning experience for drivers. Obviously, that's something that a crew or family members or a mentor is going to go back and kind of remind Min Lewis, you know, what the rule is, or kind of remind him to always keep your head in the game. Maybe he was thinking way too much about getting a great start, knowing what happened with that photo finish in the last pre-final. Just a learning moment for these young drivers. And I'm sure someone back there in the paddock will take him and kind of remind him, or ask what happened there and kind of remind him, you know, how to prevent that from happening again in the future. So a great opportunity to learn here. And as you mentioned, it's not going to be, not like he's going to get thrown off the podium now because of that issue, but obviously he's not going to be in contention for it. Actually, I should not say he should not be in contention for the win. Never know what could happen, but at this very moment, it would not be in contention for the win due to that 3-second penalty.
I mean, as we know, I mean, as evidence from the last round we had, the last final, anything can happen in racing. So it just takes one moment for the whole deck of cards known as this mini micro switch final to just get shuffled around a bit. So anything can happen. How likely is it? I'd give the favor to Hornish in this instance, even if he doesn't get the pass done on track. But valuable lesson learned here, though, as Min Lewis is still currently he was the second quickest kart on track. Sam Hornish only about 33 milliseconds quicker on that last run. So Hornish now closing in the gap, trying to make it to the infield, and maybe trying to grab some kind of moment in the infield, try to find some kind of pass. They will try their best, but they won't succeed just yet. Now making a run down to Barcelona. Here's where you can get a good slipstream, a good amount of momentum into the corner, sweeping it on around, and nothing yet coming through Barcelona, and they are giving it their all here with about 4.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
And as you mentioned, the drivers, Hornish and Lewis, obviously not aware of the 3-second penalty at this moment. But if I put my, you know, head in the helmet of Hornish as he takes the lead here, what I was about to say was I think Hornish would want to win this race fair and square by finishing in first. I don't think he wants to finish on the track in second and then learn afterwards, oh, you're the winner because there's a penalty. He obviously wants to prove that he has the fastest car, and I think he just did that there. He wants to win this race, come across the line first, not to get that win due to a penalty. So he is leading right now, but if we go back to the pre-final, I'm sure that the swapping for the lead between these two drivers is not over yet.
Not over in the slightest. Not over in the slightest. And we can just see how these drivers are going to just continue to battle. And look at this. It's going to be another pass for the lead. Sam Hornish just ahead by 42 milliseconds, but the positions are going to get swapped around. Min Lewis back in the lead of this one on the road. And that's the thing, too, is that it's kind of like, it's that competitive pride that's in you when you're competing in anything, whether it's football, soccer, baseball, tennis, karting, you name it. You want to win fair and square. You don't want to win this on a technicality. And racers, as we know, are some of the most competitive people on the face of this planet. And they would rather lose a race on merit versus win because of a penalty, because they want to get this done on track.
That's exactly right. I think that's why you're still seeing them, these two drivers battle up here for the lead. Now, you're not missing anything for the battle farther back between third and fourth, because Rogan Wren has about a over second lead. I think over 1 second lead, or about 1 second lead over Griff Hyman. So not missing anything back in the pack. This is the best battle we have on the racetrack. There you see you saw briefly what's happening in the back of the pack. So here are there's those two drivers there. As you can see, battle for the lead continues here as we're going around to complete one more lap here in Cincinnati.
And we're going to just see now just how the rest of this one shapes up. 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go, so it'll be about 4-ish laps, give or take. As 36 milliseconds between these two as they cross the line. This is getting incredibly dicey between Hornish and Lewis, even though Hornish will very likely win this one out due to the pens for Min Lewis. However, they are still going to race, and they are both going to fight tooth and nail. And here's a fun fact. So, on the back end here, a little peek behind the curtain, our timing table, we have a track map showing which drivers are where, right? And if you're in first place, your icon is gold. For Sam Hornish and Min Lewis, both of their icons are gold on our end, which is really neat because, I mean, they're both the Racing Light champions right now.
Yeah, and I was mentioning that battle for third and fourth. Right as I mentioned that, I think something happened to Hyman because he has dropped off the pace and is actually over 36 seconds behind this lead pack and then over 25 seconds behind third place. So either went off track or maybe just losing the handling or mechanical issue, but just wanted to give you that quick update for the two drivers that are in third and fourth place. So we're going to keep our cameras on this lead here as we are going to come down to this time by would be 2 laps to go for our leader.
2 laps to go here when these two drivers cross the line. And yeah, we'll just see how it all shapes up. And I mean, Griff Heeman did lose a bit of time. He lost about almost 2 seconds to Brogan Wren in third. And now we'll see now as it is still going to be a tightly knit battle between these two. Only a 1/10 and a half separating our top two in this race here tonight. 2 laps to go. It is the penultimate lap of the Mini and Micro Swift final race here. The 216 of Brogan Wren making his way through now, coming into turn 2 as he will go to make his way towards the infield section of the race. As now it is going to be Min Lewis now being chased down by Sam Hornish. And it's going to be a potential move of the inside, and that's a good move there from Sam Hornish. Inside becomes outside. That will give Min Lewis the retake opportunity. And he gets the retake. He will continue on in the lead of this one as we get to the final lap. The white flag is going to be waved, and it'll be last lap here. Hornish in the lead, though he does get the move over the line. And now it is uno mas for these drivers here. Sam Hornish and Min Lewis, and they're going to continue to duke it out. They're going to go one way. They're going to go another way. They're going to pretty much do everything they can to finish this race in the lead. And it's a switchback again with Min Lewis absolutely putting on a show here tonight. The 133 in the lead. And look at this, the defensive push. They're almost pushing each other now, almost a bit of contact. There might have even been contact between Hornish and Lewis. So they're going to make their way now through Barcelona. And now coming to the line now, it's going to be a drag race like it was in the pre-final. Going to make their way down to the line. Who's going to get this one on the track? We see Min Lewis shaking for it, and it'll be Sam Hornish getting it across the line. 25 milliseconds between the two. And that is a beautiful run here. It'll be Brogan Wren ahead of Griff Heeman for the third to last final of the day. What a battle we've seen from these drivers. And get ready, there's 2 more races left to go here. The KA Junior Final, and it is going to be the KA 100 Pro-Am Final. 2 more to go, coming your way. Alrighty. It is time for the penultimate final here of the day. And it's crazy. We only got 2 more races left to go here in this one. And this one's going to be a spectacular one. KA 100 Juniors. There may be only 7 of them. But, I mean, that's 7 incredibly talented young drivers getting ready to take to the track. And they're going to get ready to go. They're coming to the line now. And it is green flag. And away we go. A good launch there from our leaders. And we're going to see now, as I think Homer He-Man did get ahead, and we're seeing everybody just fight for these positions. It's going to be a very strong opening lap, and it needs to be for drivers as they make their way now to the infield section. And they're going to run now. They're going to push with every fiber of their being. And they're going to make their way now down to Barcelona. Who's going to make the moves? Ben Gloverman actually in the lead of this one. And he's going to just go ahead and send it around the opening stage of mini Barcelona. The 853 putting on a pretty good move. And they're going to make their way to the line. Next, I think Kai Park also got ahead of Homer He-Man there. So I think Homer has dropped 2 spots here. He has. Actually, that's Alex Kutcher, who has actually made his way up 2 positions. He made his way up into 2nd on that lap, but Homer He-Man really trying to fight back here.
Yeah, we've seen all day, especially with 7 karts on the racetrack. Before they get strung out, you want to try and get as many positions as possible in these early laps, and I think that's why we're seeing some of the aggression by some of the drivers, because they're already starting to slightly get spread out. Our leader has a pretty good kart gap between him and 2nd and 3rd of Alex Kuchler and Homer He-Man. So we'll see if the 2nd and 3rd can work together, possibly catch back up to our leader. Looks like they made up maybe a little bit of time in those final 2 corners there. We'll see if they're able to get into that slipstream here down the front straightaway. The gap is 0.482 seconds that time by between 1st and 2nd. We'll see if it closes up at all this lap. But looks like the top 3 able to get a little bit of a headway on the rest of the field.
2 different drivers under investigation for pushing on start. Lila Beck and Alex Kutcher, both under investigation. We'll keep you guys up to date on any of those. As Ben Gloverman is going to try to continue pushing. Alex Kutcher now still trying to hold off a very, very quick Homer He-Man. As Griff He-Man didn't have the greatest of times in the final in the mini Micro Swift race just a few moments ago, but now they're going to push their way down here coming into turn 1, and look at this, He-Man takes the position away from Alex Kutcher, and that is going to be a move for P2, and the green helmet of Homer He-Man is doing a fantastic job now. Kai Park did get ahead of Robert Lash to cross the line. So we're going to see some good battles here. Everybody fighting while Ben Gloverman is starting to really check out here at this stage. And we're going to see just how tightly knit this battle can really get on the run down to Barcelona. It is going to be Kai Park now trying to get away from Robert Lash. And Homer He-Man still trying to pull away from Alex Kutcher.
Yeah, what I was going to say is if you're Ben Gloverman, what you would love to see is obviously your gap continue to increase, and this time obviously it did just over a second, but what you want to see is hopefully the drivers behind you continue to battle it out so you can just continue to extend that lead early on in this event. Still not halfway done, but the time's going to start clicking away, and the gap that he builds will be harder and harder to overcome, obviously, the later we get in this race, especially when you don't have a lot of friends out there helping you on the racetrack, as it looks like we have that warning that you were talking about for the push down the start. Now, actually, it looks like our 2nd through about 6th place are starting to slowly accordion back together as they go through this section before coming out onto the front straightaway.
Yeah, so a warning for Alex Kutcher and no further action for Lila Beck. So no penalties being handed out at this stage. As Kai Park will now take the fastest lap of the race, the first sub-51 lap here in this K100 Junior Final, and they are going to give it their all to try to find something, anything, any kind of opportunity to make a move. As Kai Park now under pressure from Robert Lash, and they will find anything. If they see a gap, they are going to go and take it. Utilizing the old Ayrton Senna quote, if you no longer go for a gap that existed, you're no longer a racing driver. But right now, a key to being a good racing driver is trying to find those gaps to begin with. And if it's a reasonable gap, then you want to go for a little bit of a touch into the grass there. I think that was for Lila Beck, having a little bit of a touch in the grass there, getting a little bit unstable on the rear of that 865 kart.
Yeah, the battle for this podium starting to heat up. I mean, that you can see second through fifth really under a blanket there. Everyone, like I mentioned, accordion back together. As you can see, now they're battling for position there. Looks like we're going to see some changes in position, trying to get some numbers on those carts. But I think that battle is far from over. But as I mentioned before, Ben Leberman in the 853 probably loving what he's doing when you see second through fifth continue the battle here. Right now it looks like they have finally got it sorted out briefly, but great battling here mid-pack. Obviously, we mentioned it earlier, Kart getting a little bit off there. Mentioned earlier, late in the season, trying to get as many points as you can, especially if you're in the championship. Only way to collect all those points is to race hard and get every position you can on the racetrack.
Yeah, and that's the thing, especially as this championship, it's getting closer and closer to its conclusion. You want to fight for every possible point. You want to try to grab every point, because every point is going to count in this championship. Yeah, there's drop rounds and such, so that throws a little bit of complication into things, but you still want to get as many points as possible. So you'll see drivers, even if they can't go for the outright win, they will settle for being in P3 instead of P4. So we're going to probably see Robert Lash get one on the Kai Park, or at least make an attempt to get one on the Kai Park, as it's going to be just all or nothing for these drivers here, as they will fight tooth and nail, and they'll throw everything at each other, bar the kitchen sink, to really get these moves done, dusted, and delivered. So Kai Park now under tons of pressure. Actually, Homer He-Man under tons of pressure from Kai Park, and Robert Lash right there in the mix. So pretty much everybody from P2 all the way down to about P6 are well within a pretty nice scrap here.
Yeah, this is the nice battle we have on the racetrack as they are side by side for that third position, and it looks like they're going to get that sorted out before they come down the straightaway to the start-finish line. So we will see changes for position, as I thought they're going to make contact there. I don't think there was any contact, but one car off into the dirt as we go across the line. Kai Park up to second, Robert Lash up to third. Homer Heeman in the 43 back to fourth. Obviously, he's going to want to rebound, get back into that podium position. He's nearby, so the battle is not over just yet. We have 2 minutes plus 2 laps remaining in this event.
2 minutes plus 2 laps to go on our penultimate final here. And then the last one that we have is the KA100 Pro-Am, but that's going to be a feisty class. I think they had 13 drivers in the pre-final, so you know the final is going to be absolutely spectacular. As we're going to see here, Kai Park actually made his way up into second, Robert Lash in the third, Homer He-Man now in fourth. But now, while these guys are battling it out, Ben Gloverman sets his personal best lap time, and Alex Kutcher will get ahead of Homer He-Man. He's had a pretty rough lap there. He's dropped down now into fifth, and Ben Gloverman has pulled up just about 2/10 away from Kai Park. Not quite 2/10, but pretty close to 2/10. And then he will continue to try to pull away here as drivers will just make their way through. It'll be about 3 laps to go here on the day for this KA Junior Final. It'll be 50 seconds left on the clock. So they'll finish this lap and actually get 3 more laps here as they come through. So they're making their way now down the main straight. And there will be I'm sure they'll be told some way that there will be 3 laps to go when they cross the line. 3 laps to go here And the battle is going to get even more intense as these drivers are going to fight for everything. Horny He-Man back up in the 4th. And then you have Alex Kutcher trying to get a bit of a retake there in that 878. So they're going to do everything that they can to get this position, and they will fight tooth and nail, and they will just do whatever they can to win this race, or at least snag a podium.
Yeah, I don't think Kai Park has enough time to catch the leader, but what a great drive to drive away from that pack of 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. He was in that battle and now has the fastest lap on the track and able to gap everyone else. So great job to get a podium position, come up in 2nd place if everything remains as it is right now, as they are crossing the line for the 2-lap to go signal. So 2 laps to go for these drivers, and this is the battle we're watching on Kart Chaser. That is the 3rd position. Again, podium position, every point counts. Championship, late season championship here. We're in the later stages of the season is what I'm trying to say. So all these positions are going to matter, because especially if you're in a tight battle for those points as they continue to snake their way through this infield section. And this time by, there's a leader going by. We're going to come to the white flag lap here for the KA100 Junior Final.
It is time for the final lap of the penultimate final here on the day. Ben Gleberman will lead ahead of Kai Park and Homer Heeman. And then it is going to be Robert Lash. And all there side by side. Robert Lash gets the move. And this is going to be it. It's going to be make or break. But Homer does out the inside line. And you will get through. But look at Alex Kutcher right there in the blue racing suit. He is going to be the driver to watch. He may just shake up this whole field here. And I thought somebody went off there. My eyes were just playing tricks on me. I thought somebody went off there, but nobody did. And coming to Barcelona for one last time, the driver who has dominated this entire race. He will take the double, and your winner of the KA100 Junior Final, Ben Gleberman, will win here ahead of Kai Park, who will take 2nd place. Homer Heeman will get across the line ahead of Alex Kutcher, then Robert Lash, then Lila Beck. And then Blake Martinez will round out your field. So once again, Ben Gleberman 2 seconds ahead of Kai Park, and then Homer Heeman, Alex Kutcher, Robert Lash, Lila Beck, and Blake Martinez. That is the penultimate final, but we got one more race to do here. The KA100 Pro-Am Final. When we come back, we got one more race for you, so don't go anywhere.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Is Kyle Cuthbertson doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing. Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Motorsport.
Cut. You all right, man? You sound way off.
What?
I don't know, you sound like you're asleep still. Is the age finally getting to you? You're only how old, 42?
Dude, I'm 27. I'm not even 3 years older than you.
Well, that's pretty old. That's 3 years away from Masters, dude. You need a little pick-me-up. Try a Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Do you walk around with these in your pockets?
I actually do. Always two, one for me and clearly one for you.
Whatever. Not that old, dude.
Did it help though?
Yeah.
Pericazo. And you are that old.
Got it.
We are back and about to go green for our final event of our Saturday round as they are green for the KA100 Pro-Am as they're going down into, oh, and we had trouble right off the start. Looks like 3 karts into it and more trouble, I think, in the very next corner. So a disastrous start for a number of these drivers. We're gonna have to wait for timing and scoring to come back around because I think at least half the field may have been involved in an incident here. These, I think, are the only drivers that were not involved in the incident. I think that either 6 or 7 of them on our screen.
Yeah, I mean, you're blanking and miss it. That was a very, very crazy moment that we have just witnessed. And I mean, yeah, wow. That is crazy. I mean, you could just see, yeah, it was exactly half the field.
Yeah, some of our leaders. That is what a disastrous way. The thing is, you've been here all day, qualifying, pre-final, in the pits, working in the garage, the paddock area, and to get in an issue 5 seconds after getting the green flag just has to be so frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunate there. Just tough luck, really. And yeah, I mean, there's so many strong drivers in there that were involved in that. Logan Mueller, Marcus Batchun, I mean, Garrett Hagerman, Braden Heber, all involved in that. Josiah Phillips, Alejandro Gallego. Those were your 6 drivers that were involved in that lap 1 incident. Just unfortunate. I mean, just very unfortunate.
That really mixed up the field here, so let's reset for you. Max Klein, Will Steele, and Adler Klein are your top 3 that you see on your screen there. And then Brian Miller, Michael Maker, and Caleb Sturcone in 4th, 5th, and 6th. So that is the reset after that wild start we had, but here's the top 3 kind of battling out now for the podium position.
Yeah, these drivers are really just going to have to, I mean, they might as well take advantage of it, especially for some of them that normally wouldn't have been this high up, so they're going to have to take advantage of it. I think a good amount of them are back on track. I think Garrett Hagerman is the only one that is fully out of this one. I think Josiah Phillips is on track as well, so I think everybody bar one in that incident is back on track. And I mean, glad to know that everybody is okay. That's always going to be the most important thing, is that everybody is okay. But with that being said, their chances of winning certainly aren't okay. That is the unfortunate reality of this sport. Will Steele now ahead of Adler Klein. And this is going to be the battle for second as Max Klein up in the lead of the race here. And we're seeing some good battles just between these drivers. And Michael Maker, who started 13th, is up 8 spots. And we'll see how this battle pans out, because this is going to be a spicy one here as Ryan Miller does get ahead of Michael Maker. That is going to be a move for 4th on the racetrack. Logan Mueller, though, he's already come back in force. He pulled up half a second away, or he pulled up half a second onto Caleb Cerrone for Logan Mueller. Race leader, though, I got a warning for pushing at the start. So Max Klein, warning. Will Steele, tramline warning.
And we talk about, you know, the bad luck or how this race is flipped upside down due to that start. Well, a driver that was able to take advantage is the 907 of Michael Banker, up 8 positions and 5th position currently. And this race still is not even halfway complete, so has an opportunity for even more positions as Max Klein is cushioning his lead, I guess you could say, a little bit over Adler Klein in the 933, over half a second there. Second and third between Klein and Steele are kind of the best battle that we have on the racetrack. But just looking at our running order, it's really those issues of flip-flops, so many positions, and drivers are all over the racetrack, really strung out there. And if you're wondering, why would they get back on the racetrack? Because of what we've talked about kind of in the last hour is the point battles. If you get back on, you can make up 1 or 2 positions. That could be, a big deal at the end of the championship.
And you also got to think too is that these guys got to do it all again tomorrow for those who are competing in both sessions for today and tomorrow. Because we do this all over again tomorrow, which is going to be absolutely fantastic. We're going to love to see this one just happen all again tomorrow. And we're going to just witness just all again. And I'm looking forward to it. But to get there, we have to get through the rest of this race. And once again, there's been some warnings, but no penalties dished out. So the only way for these positions to change is on the track, and honestly, that's exactly how the drivers would like it. The battle for P2 is still raging here as they come across the line. Adler Klein had a Will Steele, and Will Steele would love to steal that podium spot back, as Adler Klein does take the fastest lap of the race so far, at 50.906. Fastest lap of the race so far. Logan Mueller decides that he wants that fast lap instead. At 50.830 is the fastest lap here on lap 7. It's going to be 3 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock, and then the final 2 laps.
Yeah, you mentioned Logan Mueller in the 927 with that fastest lap that time by one of the drivers that started up front and was involved in one of those incidents. So what could have been if you have the fastest car that was involved in that incident. So we do have a penalty of Caleb Cerrone was a 5-second penalty for instant responsibility. Now, I'm not sure if that's for the incident right after the start finish line or the one that we saw in turn 2. So finally, not finally, but race officials finally reviewing what happened and able to put down that penalty.
Yeah, I mean, that was a massive incident there from Caleb Cerrone. So I mean that's just part of racing. I mean, the stewards have been fair though, because I mean, I'm surprised actually it wasn't bigger than that, because that was a huge incident. We saw it took out half the field, and just absolute carnage in the opening stages of this one. And I mean, I guess we saved the best for last in that regard, because this has been the most dramatic final I've seen in a while.
Yeah, was not expecting what we saw, just off the start finish line there. But we talked about it all day. You got to get what you can early on in the laps, because when they get struck out, it's just so hard to make passes. So it looks like maybe a little bit of over-aggressiveness by some of the drivers trying to get all they could on that start. As we continue on here, we're looking at the drivers farther back in the field. So our leader has almost a 9-second, our leader has almost a 1-second lead. And Max Klein has almost a 1-second lead over Adler Klein in the 933. I believe this is the battle for, I'm not sure what position this is. I think this is 5th and 6th or 6th and 7th, farther back in the field, so you're not missing anything up front among our top 3.
Yeah, this is going to be a good fight between these drivers, and Logan Mueller does get ahead of Angelica. This is going to be a good battle for these drivers as they're going to try to fight. Logan Mueller is still trying to fight his way back to the field. This is going to be damage limitation for the 927, involved in a massive incident earlier on, and he will just have to try to fight his way back to the field. And so far, he has done just that. He started on pole, jumped to the bottom, and Marcus Batchun now also getting a 5-second time penalty for incident responsibility. So that's another driver who's involved in that early incident in the race. He's been given a penalty, the 9-10 5-second penalty, and that's another driver getting involved in that one. And Max Klein, he will see that it is going to be about 2 laps to go when they cross the line.
Yeah, time is running out on this race. Laps running out. This is, again, final race of the day. It's been a long day for a lot of these teams and crews. Max Klein wants to just get through these laps clean and green. Doesn't want to get any tires off of the racetrack, as I believe this is the battle for second, possibly, that we're seeing now on the racetrack. So the battle for the podium position still not over, as we are getting that 2 lap to go signal this time by.
2 more laps to go here in this race, and this is going to be a good battle. We'll see if we do get a good battle here for the final step of the podium. It's possible, but I mean, it's looking pretty tricky. I mean, Will Steele and Adler Klein are within about 3/10 of each other, about 4/10 of each other. Will Steele was 24 milliseconds quicker on that last lap in comparison to Klein. So, Adler Klein specifically. We'll see what he can do now to catch up to Adler Klein. It's 2 Kleins on top. And this is going to be just a battle for the final steps of the podium. They're going to come across the line. It'll be 1 more lap to go. The final lap of the final of the day here in Cincinnati. And this is going to be a beautiful run here. And this is going to be just good, hard battling here as they come through. We'll see how the battle just transitions. There's good battles happening all over the field. Very tight battle happening for 4th as well. And making their way through the infield, it is going to be Max Klein leading Adler Klein, who's actually kind of caught up to the back of him. So we might have a battle for the lead here, but I think it might just be too little, too late here as they make their way through Barcelona for one last time. And Max Klein, he started 4th. He made his way up into the lead. And it'll be Max Klein winning the KA100 Pro-Am Final here in Cincinnati.
Good battle between Ryan Miller and Michael Baker there. Baker finishing in 5th, again, still up 8 positions. So what a great finish for him. As you can see, that's our top 10 finishers here for our final race of the Saturday portion of our round here. We all reset, do the same thing tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be a very fun day tomorrow. We get to do this all again. So I just want to thank everybody for going ahead and joining us here on this fantastic Saturday afternoon. We can go ahead and join us again tomorrow when we do it all over again here on Sunday. On behalf of Brett, my name has been Patrick Coleman, and we have been your hosts and commentators. Shout out to the producer, Carson. He has been the man behind the scenes working with us here. And also shout out to the very fantastic camera crew, bringing you all the pictures that we had here today. So once again, thank you guys so much for tuning on in, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for round number 8 of the Pro-Am Karting Championship here at MCC KartPlex.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.